Good evening, everybody. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. Today is July 11th, 2023. It's 5:01 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll call?
Assemblymember Myers.
Here.
Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Assemblymember Bronga.
Here.
Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zalatel.
Here.
Assemblymember Cross.
Here.
Assemblymember Volland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley.
Here.
Assemblymember Salt.
Here.
Assemblymember Perez Verdia.
Here.
Student Representative Tyrell.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, and I'm glad to see everybody is in attendance tonight. Next, Mr. Salt, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Rivera, would you please lead us in land acknowledgement?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Tonight on the agenda, we have item 4A, continued special meeting, July 21st, 2020, continued to July 27th, 2020. I would like a motion to approve.
Move to approve the minutes from special meeting July 21, 2020, continued to July 27, 2020.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Is there any objection to the adoption? Hearing and seeing no objection, the minutes have been adopted. Next, we have the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. I want to take this time to reflect on the passing of former Alaska legislator and Anchorage resident Charlie Bussell. Charles was a prominent businessman and U.S. Army veteran. He was active in our community for many years, playing an active role in numerous civic organizations. As a fellow pilot and enthusiast of the outdoors, I appreciate the love he shared for our state's wild places. Deb and I send our deepest condolences to his family and all the loved ones who are mourning the loss of their father, grandfather, and friend. Recently, our nation celebrated its 247th year of independence this 4th of July. I was honored to take part in the wonderful celebration and series of events that happened along the park strip on the 4th. Seeing the crowds of smiling faces and love of country on display was truly uplifting. It was a blast serving up some breakfast to attendees along the park strip. Countless municipal departments took part in the parade and showcased some of their best equipment. To round out that day, I threw out a first pitch for the Glacier Pilots and Bucks game. We have an incredible city and a great love of country here in Anchorage. This display of patriotism was a reminder of what makes our city and our state and our nation truly great. Happy Independence Day, and thanks to all who made it a Memorial Day. Speaking of baseball, the Alaska Baseball League is now in full swing. I've enjoyed watching multiple games already this summer. Just this week, I had a great time throwing out the pitch for the Chugach River Chinooks and the Peninsula Oilers game. Of course, I cheered for the hometown team, but the Oilers got the better of them. I encourage folks to check out a game every once in a while, if not often, enjoy a bit of Alaska's favorite pastime this summer. On Sunday, Deb and I headed down to Girdwood to check out the Forest Fair. We absolutely loved it. We've been there before, and it's a great opportunity and a great event. Girdwood is truly a special part of our city, and I love connecting with visitors, business owners, and residents who are all enjoying the glorious sunny weather. Events like that unify our city and showcase the uniqueness of Anchorage. From the artists to the food to the music and more, it was encouraging to see such a great representation of our state in one place. Today, I participated in NeighborWorks Alaska Paint the Town event in Penland Parkway. Representatives from many companies, to include GCI and North Rim, pitched in and helped paint homes in the neighborhood. NeighborWorks has undertaken this initiative to paint the town for many years in an effort to beautify our city. Folks can learn more and participate in the awesome work they do by contacting NeighborWorks at www.nwalaska.org. That's nwalaska.org. We can move forward and provide immediate and legitimate housing relief to vulnerable individuals experiencing homelessness in our city. The former Golden Line stands ready to occupy and provide housing to 80 individuals here in Anchorage. The Assembly has said repeatedly that they believe housing is the solution to homelessness. We have the chance to make good on that commitment. The operator is ready and committed to standing up this facility in quick order. The latest count of unsheltered individuals in Anchorage is 775. We can make a dent in that figure and move us one step closer toward accomplishing our goal of reaching functional zero. I am committed to doing the humane thing and help get folks off the street and into a caring, clean, and safe environment where they can restore their dignity. This is an opportunity to positively improve countless lives and make our city better in the process. We can all set politics aside and recognize that standing up the former Golden Line will help keep 80 people out of the cold weather shelter this winter and get 80 people off the street. I look forward to the debate, and we will be ready to answer whatever questions the Assembly may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And next, I'll proceed with my report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. I hope you all enjoyed the brief break we had from Assembly meetings with that extra week and had a great 4th of July holiday. I would like to continue the conversation we've had with the community about the municipality's efforts to address issues relating to HUD's funding formula. I had the opportunity to meet with Senator Sullivan and Secretary Fudge on a personal phone call just before the holiday, in which we were able to extend a personal invitation to Secretary Fudge to visit Anchorage on August 21st when the coalition hosts its statewide housing forum. And she committed to, after the conversation, doing as much as she could to help us in the short term and looking really closely at the formula and helping us understand how we might fix the problem that we've been facing. It was a great opportunity for both Senator Sullivan and I to make the case to the Secretary that Anchorage is in the midst of a severe crisis and we need increased support and resources to be able to get out of this place. I'm pleased to report that she heard us loud and clear and we have ongoing work with her. As you may recall from a resolution that was unanimously approved by the Assembly and supported by the Mayor back in May, Anchorage is missing out on a considerable federal funding to address homelessness issues due to an outdated HUD continuum of care formula. Serving similar numbers of people experiencing homelessness, Anchorage receives $4 million through the formula in 2022, while Fort Worth received $16 million, Baltimore $26 million, and Houston $46 million. If Anchorage were to receive its fair share of federal funding, we would be able to move past many of these difficult political conversations in which we have been pitted community interest against community interest and instead begin to make real progress to end these problems. We can enact the real solutions to get people housed, and we would end up fighting much less over the scraps that we've been left. And I want to personally thank Senator Sullivan for taking this up as a personal cause on this issue, and I look forward to sharing further updates. I would note that the conversation about the Golden Line is very welcome. This Assembly, at least some members, have been ready for this moment since August 2020. That said, it may take us a little bit longer to get to where we have all of the required code and law requirements lined up in order to get to yes, but I look forward to that conversation tonight, and I know that we're really, really close, and that is edifying. Also, I'd like to briefly discuss the clean slate strategy conversation that we'll be having. I'd like to applaud our community and my colleagues, especially, again, Mr. Rivera, for maintaining a laser-like focus on local solutions to solve homelessness in Anchorage. Despite our limited funding, we now have a mayor, an assembly, nonprofits, and a majority of the community who believe we're going to solve this problem. Tonight's agenda covers a number of items related to the shared goal. There's a conversation about allowing camps. The Allowed Camps Community Task Force had submitted their final report. The report details their recommendations. It's item 10F4 on the agenda. I want to remind public that the Assembly's acceptance of the report shouldn't be confused with an endorsement. Rather, these recommendations will be part of our conversations in the future. Second, we'll be considering AO 2023-70S, an ordinance that would define allowed camps with required site and operational standards. We've had some robust work sessions and conversations on the proposal, and it should be an interesting conversation tonight. There are a number of substitute versions in play. And again, third, the administration has submitted several items to the Assembly relating to opening the Golden Line as low-income supportive housing. As I said, it's taken us a long time to get to this point, and credit where credit is due. Thank you to the administration, especially Ms. Johnson, for her work and their work to get these proposals before us. And even if it takes us a little bit more time from tonight because of fine details that have to be addressed, we're getting very close. And I want to speak to my peers that our role is to be responsible stewards of the public fisc, and the devil is in the details. We need to make sure we understand the plan so we get it right. All that is to say, again, thank you, Mr. Rivera, for your leadership. Anchorage is making progress. Members of the public are invited to learn more about this work and the conversation by visiting our website, muni.org/assembly, and clicking on the homelessness tab. Next, I have a brief report on the Port of Alaska. I'm looking forward to the conversation on the port modernization, as this once in a generation, and just seems like it's taken a generation to get to where we are, project. If we do it properly, it will be a legacy and a gift we leave for the future. We're nearing some major decision points, and I urge the community to continue paying attention to this over the next month. 2 ordinances are on the July 25th agenda for public hearing. AO 2023-60, the basis of design concept that will govern the Phase 2 concept for the cargo terminal, and AO 2023-34 to adopt the Port of Alaska Terminal Tariff 10.0, which will help fund the renovations. The Assembly held work sessions on the topic on May 12th and June 9th, and we'll have another one on July 21st. Again, you can go to muni.org/work sessions to review the meeting documents, and I look forward to diving deeply into those conversations on the 25th. Finally, just recognize we have a full agenda. I'll do my very best to move us along so that we may conclude at the most reasonable hour possible. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help to create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting and clapping and pacing, except for clapping is allowed for recognition resolutions. We ask that signs be kept smaller than 8.5 by 11 inches. We ask you keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. And please, if you need to hand information to the Assembly, we have clerk staff up ahead, but please don't approach the dais. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so that I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other members on the dais. I'll interrupt if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion of public testimony. It's the public's time to speak. Thank you all now, and we will move to committee reports, and I'll start with Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The last meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee met on July 6th, and some exciting topics, prioritizations happened. So I just wanted to give folks some things to pay attention to, and that will be coming through our committee. We're looking at alcohol law changes, expanding tax abatement and reinvestment focus areas, improving permit navigation, expediting permitting, residential zone changes, tri- and fourplexes. A lot of activities happening. But we also started talking about vacant and abandoned properties, looking at those as activation of housing units, and more to come on that front. Very exciting conversations in terms of growth and opportunity for the city. I'd leave the rest to my co-chair, Mr. Cross, to describe what happened. And I just want to say pathways of dignity, purpose, and housing are what we need. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next regular Housing and Homelessness Committee is going to be taking place next Wednesday, July 19th, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall, room 155. There's going to be a work session this Friday, July 14th, from 11:15 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. at City Hall, room 155, to talk about funding for various homelessness efforts, after some of which you've already heard about today. After passage of the site selection criteria on our agenda today, the next big topic that we're going to need to tackle in all of our work is funding, and Friday's work session is going to be the next step in that work. Because of that, I am delaying 2 of the meetings outlined in the Clean Slate Strategy final draft timeline, which speak to committee meetings on possible shelter locations on July 12th and July 19th. At some point soon, I'm going to update the timeline, and the new meetings will be publicly noticed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I met with Visit Anchorage as the liaison on June 21st. I learned a lot of things about how Visit Anchorage works, including the 12% bed tax being split between the Denina, the general fund, and marketing, including sending out 200,000 visitor guides. I also learned that we had a 31% increase in beds booked from last May, which is fabulous, and how important our visitors are to Anchorage and our economy. They're also moving their office to the Allure Day Spa, which was interesting, and looking forward to finding out what will be moving into that historic building that Visit Anchorage has been in. As an East Side resident, I was curious to find out how tourists find their way to our side of town, and was told that there's a free shuttle to the zoo and botanical gardens, and one of the trolleys is dedicated to taking people to the Native Heritage Center, which is cool. The other committee I'm on is the Health Policy Committee. We met on 7/6, and I'm just going to talk to 2 items and have Mr. Volan do the rest. One was a presentation by Salvation Army Substance Misuse Treatment and Clitheroe Center was one of the topics. A lot of people in Anchorage seem to have felt that Clitheroe Center was gone. They're alive and well. They're adding 24 beds. They have 12 open. It's just finding people that have the will to go through detox and start that process. They're also expanding to Booth Memorial Home for more drug, alcohol, and behavioral health and workforce training. They tout a success rate of 37%, so that's pretty amazing. We also heard at this Health Policy Committee meeting from Elizabeth Bowling, the Public Policy Manager for Alzheimer's Association, and Dr. Savitt. And we were talking about the new Alzheimer's medication called Leqembi, which is out there and was previously not paid by Medicaid, Medicare, and seeing if we could help with that. It now is being paid, but the next hurdle is a $3,000 brain scan, which is not paid for by Medicaid or Medicare, to confirm you have amyloids, which would be of use with this medicine. And that is not paid, and so that's a problem. Also, you would have to be on a registry, which a lot of Alaskans don't really want their personal, private information on a registry. So we're watching that closely, seeing if we can do what we can do to help. There's not great data, but there's over 8,000 Alaskans with dementia and 70 different kinds, and there's a lot of people that are not even diagnosed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Nothing to report.
Ms. Alatow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have some upcoming committee meetings. The Rules Committee will be meeting on July 13th from 1 to 3 p.m. at City Hall, room 155. Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee committee will be meeting on July 20th from 11 to noon. Of particular interest is a bit of a debrief on Snowmageddon and our municipal snow response and starting to plan for next winter. And the Budget and Finance Committee of the whole will meet also on the 20th of July from 12:10 to 1:10, all in City Hall in room 155. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Mr. Martinez did a great job. Nothing to report.
And Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bronga did a great recap of our Health Policy Committee meeting. The other substantial item that we discussed was the report from the Behavioral Health Task Force, and we covered quite a bit of ground there. So I would encourage my colleagues and also members of the public who are curious about the recommendations of that task force to go back and re-watch that meeting if you were unable to attend. But we also anticipate soon to come a larger summit on the behavioral health needs in Anchorage upcoming. So stay tuned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of updates on the Budget and Finance Committee of the whole. My co-chair, Ms. Alatel, mentioned the upcoming meeting. Our last meeting was June 15th, so if you'd like a more detailed update about the June meeting, please go back to our regular meeting on June 20th. And just to note that one of the things that we'll continue to focus on is essentially how much money the municipality has, closing out our 2022 actual spending so that we understand what, if anything, is left over. We anticipate that there is not anything left over from that time, and also monitoring alcohol tax, as well as getting ready for starting the budget process later this fall. And then on the Legislative Committee, that meeting is scheduled, the first meeting, I believe, of 2023 is scheduled for Wednesday, July 26th at 10 a.m. in City Hall downtown. And then following that, may be of interest to the public, we're holding a work session with all members on Thursday, July 27th, 11 a.m. It will be a legislative briefing with one of our lobbyists, Wendy Chamberlain from Legislative Consultants, who will give us an update on what happened during the 2023 regular session of the Alaska Legislature, items of interest to the municipality, and some discussion about what we can expect for next year. And then I'll also note we're working to schedule a meeting with the Anchorage caucus of the Alaska Legislature. So that's legislators who represent the Anchorage area. And so we'll be getting that scheduled, and then also really encouraging members to make connections with their legislators or those in their district if they have not already. And I believe that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. And Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation's next meeting is August 2nd from 11 to 1, and this is a 2023 three-year outlook. Very well attended. This year's guest keynote speaker is Mick Cornett, and that's the four-term mayor of Oklahoma City, who led their revitalization, something that Anchorage and AEDC are seriously looking at trying to mimic. Then Bill Popp will also present the three-year economic outlook. And then the Choose Anchorage Leadership Committee members will provide updates on their initiative's revitalization strategy for Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No update tonight.
Thank you very much. So next on the agenda, we have the addendum to the agenda. Tonight, we have one laid on the table item. It is not It's not a supplemental item, so we'll have to go through the procedure. It is, and I'll read it into the record now, item 10G8, Resolution AR unnumbered 2023, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $250,000, all within the Alcohol Beverage Retail Sales Tax Fund Community Development Department for startup costs to get the former Golden Line up and running as low-income housing after July 1, 2023. Because this is not a supplemental item, it will take 8 votes. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. And it was just, Ms. Zalatel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for this item in an email today to Chief of Staff, noticing that the prior appropriation for this expired on June 30th, and so it's timely because the grant agreement is before us tonight. So I would urge your support to lay this on the table. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. We're going to take 1 second to clarify something. So I misstated the number. It's 10D33. It was suggested this item might need a public hearing, but it doesn't. So it's going to be 10D33. That item passes on a vote of 12.
That can't be right. 10D33 is already an assigned number.
10D33 would be, so it would be supplemental to 10D33.
It's not.
No.
Sorry to clarify, it's item 10D34, and that item passes 12-0. So it has not passed. That item has been laid on the table on a vote of 12-0. So next on the agenda, we have appearance requests. And I'm wondering if we have Ms. Fleischman here? I'm not seeing Ms. Fleischman. How about Mr. Rammel? Not seeing Mr. Rammel, and I know Mr. Sneed is not coming. So this item, those three will be another day. Next on the agenda, we have the consent agenda. Sorry, I need to, well, I did skip over a step. Madam Vice Chair, I would like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum and lay it on the table item as printed and distributed.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, those items have been incorporated. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, the items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So next, we will go down the dais, starting with Mr. Presverdia. Do you have any items you'd like to pull?
No items.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
I'd like to pull item 10D10.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll pull 10D4, 10D13, and I believe that's it.
So that's item 10D4 and 10D13. Mr. Bond.
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cross.
No items. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 10A1, 10 Bravo 5, 10 Delta 4, which I believe has been pulled, 10 Delta 14, 10 Delta 28, and 10 Delta 33.
So for you, I have item 10A1, 10B5, 10D14, 10D28, 10D32.
33.
33, thanks. Okay. Mr. Johnson.
10D19.
10D19. Ms. Bronco.
10C8 and 10D3
10C8 and
and
10D3.
and 10D, oh, it's already been pulled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 10A2, 10D34, 10F4, and 10G6.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Martinez.
No items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
No items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to take 1 second. I have to look over a couple things. Okay. Would you pull 10D14 for the administration?
I already did.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry, 10s. Okay, now I'm going to go through the list. I have items 10A1 by Ms. Zalatel, 10A2 by Mr. Rivera, 10B5 by Ms. Zalatel. I have 10C8 by Ms. Bronga, 10D3 by Ms. Bronga, 10B4 by Ms. Brawley, 10D10 by Mr. Salt, 10D13 by Ms. Brawley, 10D14 by Ms. Zalatel, 10D19 by Mr. Johnson, 10D28 by Ms. Zalatel, 10D33 by Ms. Zalatel, 10D34 by Mr. Rivera, 10F4 by Mr. Rivera, and 10G6 by Mr. Rivera. Did I miss anything? Got it? Okay. So now I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has now been adopted. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than those items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you're here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. First item we have is 10A1, Resolution AR 2023-215, Resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage recognizing July 26, 2023 as the 33rd anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item has been adopted. Who's reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Bronga is presenting.
And is there someone here to receive this resolution? Ms. Alfonsi and your crew, why don't you come on up?
A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage recognizing July 26, 2023 as the 33rd anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Whereas on July 26, 1990, President H.W. Bush signed into law the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, establishing a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against people with disabilities. And whereas on September 25, 2008, the Americans with Disabilities Act Amendment Act, ADAAA, was passed to fulfill the legacy of guaranteeing civil rights to persons with disabilities. And whereas 1 in 4 Americans living with a disability have expanded opportunities due to the ADA reducing barriers, changing perceptions, and increasing full participation in the community. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage affirms the principles of equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities as embodied in the ADA, Alaska statutes, and Title V of the Anchorage Municipal Code, and whereas numerous organizations in Anchorage and Alaska, including the Alaska Disability Advisory Group, the Arc of Anchorage, Cook Inlet Housing Authority, the Alaska Deaf Council, Stone Soup Group, Access Alaska, Hope Community Resources, and the Disability Law Center work in our community to bring forth the promise of equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities that was envisioned with the passage of the ADA. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that July 26, 2023 is recognized as the 33rd anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and does hereby affirm to continue to work to full ADA compliance. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of July, 2023.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much for this resolution and for raising awareness of the anniversary of the ADA. So just to let you know, the 2023 Anchorage Disability Pride Celebration is happening Saturday, July 22nd from noon to 5 p.m. at the Delaney Park Strip downtown. As part of the Shared Vision of Alaska, the Disability Pride event is a collaborative event put on by a number of agencies and partners, and this year so far on the planning committee, there's Peer Power, the Arc of Anchorage, Hope Community Resources, Cindy and Vix, the Governor's Council, Special Olympics Alaska, and Karen Coordination. There will be many free activities, performances, and food for sale, and all are invited. So again, that's Saturday, July 22nd from noon to 5 p.m. at the Delaney Park Strip downtown. And while we have many great accessible events and ability to work with accommodations in many cases, we have a long way to go in actual equality hiring people with disabilities. We also have work to do in accessibility, with many websites not meeting ADA standards and ramps into buildings being at the back entrances instead of the front. There's a difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law, which is full inclusion in our community. I believe that we can do more for full community inclusion, and I'm looking forward to it and thankful for the work we've done so far. Next, I'd like to introduce Nate Kyle, Program Director at the Alaska Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired.
Thank you all. I work with people who are not just blind, but many other people in the disabled demographic, autism, type 1 diabetes, deaf, and blind, people who have worked in the oil industry, construction workers, daughters, sons. And one thing with many of them is, with all of them, is none of them planned to be disabled. It's something that many of you may experience in your lives. And with that said, it's something that we hope that people will be aware of every day. There's a moment where you may experience something that you take for granted, just stepping down off a simple step, opening up your phone to pay a bill, to order something off of Amazon. Any dozen things that you can do in a day are limited when things are not put in place, when things are not accessible, when proper standards are not there. It doesn't matter your education level, how much money you have in a bank account, or your title. When that moment happens, your life takes a different kind of turn, and disabilities become a huge reality. In Judith Heumann, one of the founders of the ADA, in her book, Being Human, she talks about being a little girl and her father carrying her down to sit her in a wheelchair. And she would take that wheelchair and she'd wheel up a little hill with all of her might. Sometimes she'd roll back, but she was trying to wheel to her friend's house. And she would sit outside her friend's house at the bottom of the stairs, and she would scream for her friend to come out just to play with her. And sometimes her friend would hear, sometimes her friend wouldn't. And when her friend wouldn't, she would look across the street to where her other friends lived, and then she would look down at that little curb. And just that little curb would separate her from, a life. And so it's those small things that matter. So thank you for listening, and ADA matters, and that's because you all matter, your parents matter, your children matter, and that's why we need to consider accessibility and equal access. Thank you.
All right, next we have item 10. Oh, I'm sorry. I have folks in the queue. I'm sorry, Ms. Alfonsi. We might need both of you back. So, Mr. Volland.
Thank you. I'll keep this quick. I just wanted to say thank you all for being here. And, you know, what we're resolving is, and I just want to highlight this for everyone, is that we are reaffirming to continue to work toward full ADA compliance. And this is something that not only the Assembly is listed on, but also the administration, Mayor Bronson, supporting this resolution. I just want to make sure that as we have that conversation upcoming that Member Zolotel mentioned in the Utilities and Enterprise Committee, where we talk about how we're going to have a better snow removal response. That is something that we talked about at the Health Policy Committee, and it really is a public health issue and an ADA issue that we make sure that we do a good job of keeping our streets and our sidewalks navigable for everyone in Anchorage, but including the disabled population. Thanks.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was going to mention the conversation Mr. Volin mentioned, because we can be proactive. If it wasn't for the ADA, I wouldn't be in Alaska. I came up here in 2005 to work for the Disability Law Center, and sadly, the landscape hasn't changed that much in almost 20 years. And so as policymakers and the municipal government, I think we need to really bring this top of mind, because it's not top of mind for most. Thank you for sharing the story and really the relatable perspective, because I think until you are in that position, you just don't think about it, and we need to start thinking about it. And there are so many different types of disabilities and ways in which we get in our own way around accessibility. So thank you so much for being here.
And I would be remiss if I didn't point out the fact that if you're trying to navigate the west side of Gamble Street, a sidewalk that is 4 feet wide, you have in some places 2 power poles that are 18 to 24 inches wide each. So their only path is to navigate out into a federal highway, or C Street, the east side, it's the same. It's a tiny little sidewalk with power poles lining it. And so some of our fundamental infrastructure has failed the test after how many years, 30? So thank you for your persistence and keeping our feet to the fire, because together we can fix these problems. All right, I think that's it. Yeah. Now, on to the next item. 10, oh, thank you. Item 10A2, Resolution AR 2023-229, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Michael Chadwick for 21 years of dedicated public service to the municipality of Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Cross. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? I would object, but only to the retirement, and I don't think I have the power to really do that. So with that, this item has been approved. Who is reading and who's presenting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading and Mr. Johnson will be presenting.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Michael Chadwick for 21 years of dedicated public service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Michael Chadwick was born and raised in Central and Southern California, he then attended Brigham Young University, located in Provo, Utah, graduating first with a double Bachelor of Arts in History and Portuguese, and then a Master of Public Administration. And whereas Mike started his career in local government as a city manager intern for the Tulare, California City Manager's Office. He then worked for over 5 years with the state of Arizona, both in the Auditor General's office and the Governor's office, and over 3 years with the Nevada Legislative Council Bureau Audit Division. And whereas Mike moved to Anchorage, Alaska in 2002 with his wife Mandy, Mike is a dedicated member of the community, being an Eagle Scout, the highest rank attainable in the Scouts program of the Boy Scouts of America. Mike has been actively involved with the BSA. Mike is currently serving as the treasurer for the BSA's Great Alaska Council. Mike received the BSA's Silver Beaver Award in 2018 in recognition of being registered Scouters of Exceptional Character who have provided distinguished service within the council. Mike is a lifelong member of the LDS Church, serving various leadership capacities. Mike and his wife have raised 6 children in Anchorage, 4 Anchorage High School graduates, and 2 current students. And whereas Mike joined the MOA in 2002 as a principal auditor in the Office of Internal Audit, was acting director of internal audit from July 2015 to January 2017, and was appointed as internal auditor in January 2017. Mike and the Office of Internal Audit's primary focus is to assist the mayor and the municipal assembly in ensuring that proper accountability is maintained over public funds and to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the municipal government within the constraints of the Anchorage Municipal Code. And whereas serving as the internal auditor, Mike oversees an office of 1 principal auditor, 3 senior auditors, and 1 audit technician. With this team, the Office of Internal Audit has investigated and issued 98 audit reports and 109 special projects memorandums since 2017. And Mike received the Municipality of Anchorage's 2021 Executive of the Year Award to be recognized as an executive who contributed to enhancing the municipality's public image by performing duties above and beyond those stated in the job description, and being an individual who exhibits a positive, can-do attitude with a smile and exuberance that is infectious and promotes the well-being of all employees. And whereas Mike leads with compassion and grace, his vast knowledge and understanding of municipal workings are invaluable. It can always be found with a smile on his face and an answer for your question. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Michael Chadwick for 21 years of dedicated public service with the Municipality of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of July, 2023.
Mr. Chadwick.
Through the chair, thank you. As I heard that read, I thought to myself, I'm just a short, bald guy. Is that really me? Yeah, I came to Alaska in 2002 with my family, and I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the former director of internal audit, Peter Raskams, for taking a risk on me and bringing me up from the lower 48 to take a job with the Office of Internal Audit. I appreciate the municipality and particularly the Office of Internal Audit for keeping me on for the last, about 21 years. It's been a means to provide for my wonderful wife and my family. I have 3 of my 6 children here today. I'd also like to thank all the mayors and all the various assembly members over the many years. I can't think of one of the mayors or assembly members who haven't been supportive of internal audit. And that certainly made my job a lot easier. And I certainly would be remiss if I didn't thank all the staff members over the many years that I've worked with, particularly the current ones that I have right now, for their support and their dedication. Couldn't do it without the staff members. So thank you for this resolution. It means a lot, and this is it's been difficult, and you will be sorely missed by me. So thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have item 10B5, Resolution AR 2023-221, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly approving a portion of the issuance of the Public Finance Authority Revenue Bonds Series 2023. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to set this item for public hearing on August 8th.
Second.
It'll need a third, I believe.
We need a third, yeah. Third. Was that Mr. Bond? So, motion made by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera, third by Member Vaughn. This item is set for public hearing. The item will be set for public hearing for the meeting of August 8th. And just so folks understand, this isn't an item we're going to put on the municipality. We'll have a work session on this item, and you'll be briefed by the time it's time to take it up. Next on the agenda, we have item 10C8, Assembly Memorandum AM 542-2023, recommendation of award to CCL General Contracting for Golden Lion Canopy repairs for the municipality of Anchorage. Ms. Bronga.
So I pulled this item because I had some questions about...
First, a motion.
Oh, what do I do?
Make a motion to approve.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Ms. Alatel. Ms. Bronga, you have the floor.
Okay. Sorry about that. So I pulled this item because, first off, I'm disappointed that there's another problem with the Golden Lion. But I'm curious, and I'm wondering if Mr. Kohlhase could help me. When did the heating system go out? Is that what caused the burst pipes? And if so, when that occurred? And it seemed that there were people in the Golden Lion doing vaccinations or monoclonal antibody treatments. And I also had thought that there was a security system. So wondering how this burst pipe occurred and if there's any explanation about that.
Through the chair to Member Bronga, I have some knowledge on that, but I think I'm going to turn to Director Lance Wilbur, Economic and Community Development. He has more details on this, I believe. Thank you.
The chair, thank you for the question. So the repairs are as a result of actual, we had some panels that had come off of the canopy and the pipes had frozen and broke in December. That's not the first time this has happened at that facility. It just happened this last December. I don't believe there was anybody in the Golden Lion. It wasn't being used at that time for any other. We just found out about it because during the windstorms that we had in December, the panels had come down, and that's how we discovered it.
Can I do a follow-up? So is there a guardian security system that's on it, and do they go and do surveillance of the building?
Through the chair, we do not have a security guardian that comes, that goes to the building. We do have a security system there right now. It's a fire watch, and the reason we do that until we get that canopy repaired, since it does have a fire suppression system in it, and until that is repaired, the fire watch folks will stay on site.
You have the floor.
So this will not impede people coming in. You'll be able to work on this canopy while we have people in the building?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you for your information.
Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to tour the building. I think it was several months ago. It must have been 4 or 5 months ago when this happened, just because of my experience in commercial construction. And yes, everything Mr. Wilbur says is accurate. There's a large stucco insulation panels over the coverage. Because it wasn't occupied to the normal standard and only running on a skeleton crew, wind came up, blew the panels, froze out. And so, and looking at that bed, that seems acceptable considering the size of the wet pipe system that goes out there in the stucco panels. So I was a little concerned over this as well and went and took a look at the property, and so it seems reasonable. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this specific needed repair, I think we've known about for a while. And that was sort of part of the conversation we've been having about, okay, how can we get occupancy while needed repairs are ongoing? And so I'm glad that this is moving forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, AM 542-2023 has been adopted. Next on the agenda, we have item 10D3. 10D3 is AM 510-2023, recommendation of sole source contract award to Sprung Instant Structures. Oh, I'm sorry, I read the wrong one. 10D3 is AM 498-2023, recommendation of award for non-encumbering contract to Roger Hickle Contracting, Inc. for miscellaneous construction services for the municipality of Anchorage. Ms. Braga.
So if I'm, what's that? Oh,
Second.
Moved by Ms. Braga, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Braga, you have the floor.
I'm going to have to make a little sign for myself. Thank you. So I believe this is the one, I'm rifling through these, that they were the only ones who bid. Am I correct on this? So sole source does sound like only, and I was wondering if they were the only ones who bid, if we could put it out to bid again.
Would you hit the button, Mr. Corsentino? There's a green button. You're on.
Thank you. Through the chair. Assembly member, when this RFP went out in the street, there was actually two RFPs, a request for two contractors for miscellaneous construction services. In this instance, so it was competitively bid, there was only one bidder. You will see in another assembly meeting in the future, one of these similar venues with another contractor that was awarded it. So it actually has gone out to bid twice. You're only doing the first award for the first vendor contractor.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 1, AM 498-2023 has passed the body. Now we have item 10D4, AM 510-2023, recommendation of sole source contract award to Sprung Instant Structures for fees associated with the storage of building components. Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. And I know this is a topic generally of interest to the community, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about the prior purchase of the sprung structure for the proposed navigation center, and so I just have a couple questions, and I don't know if the right person to direct them to is Mr. Wilbur or someone else. But I see that it's saying that the manufacturer began charging a storage fee on May 1st, 2023. So I was wondering, is this the first, I guess maybe just providing some more information about the context of this?
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Brawley. Thank you for the question. So the reason that the May date started was through the process, through this first quarter, the administration and the assembly were in conversations about whether or not and how we would fund and move forward with the navigation center. So up until probably May, they were willing to store it at no fee. And I'll remind the assembly, since the contract had ended in October, Sprung has not charged us for a fee all for the last, 7 months, and then beginning in May is when they asked that we basically start paying $5,000 a month to store it.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. My question is with regard to the fund certification. I don't know if that's for you, Mr. Wilbur or Mr. Thurn, but it says capital contribution. Was that a part of someone's budget already? I can't tell from the fund certification where it's really coming from.
Through the chair, Assembly Member Zalantell, the funding is coming from the maintenance and operations operating budget. Maintenance and operations has an operating budget, so it'll be coming from, because we can't use the capital funds because we're just storing it. If we have the ability to, if we need to move it, we can, but that's the fund source that we're using right now.
Okay, then I want Mr. Thurn to verify that this is the right fund certification on the document, because it says capital contribution, because we need to make sure we get it right. I saw him earlier, is he still around? Otherwise, we can move on and come back.
Probably that's what we'll do. Maybe, Mr. Kohlheis, you can figure that out while we move on to the next items. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Nope. Mr. Vaughn, do you want to ask your question now?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm just wondering why we're paying them to store it instead of just having it shipped up and storing it somewhere in municipal property. I don't want Kevin to elbow me, but I know we're storing other parts in an Eagle River warehouse. So I'm just wondering, is this something that we can store here, or is it something that can be, have a temporary purpose? I know that there's been some dialogue over, it's a purpose-built structure, and the foundation at the Tudor Elmore location is specific. You have to have those specific footings. But I'm just wondering, we're still going to be storing it out of state, and this seems like maybe an expense that we might not otherwise have. Just curious if you think this is the best course of action to continue out-of-state storage, or if there's a way that we could store it for free in the municipality.
Through the chair, that's a great question. The reason that we think it's a good idea to stay at the manufacturer is it's totally currently under their control. Everything about the warranty, the guarantee of the structure, everything about it until it's actually off of their premise and then we take and it's on our premise, they are responsible for all of that. And so that's one of the reasons. The other reason is until we actually know where the final destination is, it's best to only move it once. And then I think the third piece is that, depending on what the ultimate use and the location of the building is, we actually want the contractor to pick it up from site and move it to the location. That way they take responsibility for everything from the time they pick it up to the time they deliver it. And that's the three primary reasons.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to hold on this item while we get a response from the CFO. So the next item on the agenda is going to be 10D10, which is AM 540-2023 sole source non-encumbering contract with CCI Electric Services LLC, CCI for electrical day labor. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as been shown before, I have a conflict with this, as this is one of the companies under my purview. So I'd like to be excused.
Thank you. And we have been down the road of this conversation a number of times, and it has been past determined you do have a conflict on this item, so today is no different. So you will be excused from this vote. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AM 540-2023 has passed the body. Next on the agenda, we have item 10D13, which is AM 527-2023, amendment number 2 to contract with Roger Hickle Contracting to provide general contracting services for capital improvement projects. Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. And I do have a couple questions, I believe, for Mr. Sewell, but also perhaps for Ms. Alger. So I reviewed the memo. This is for work to be done at Merrill Field, and I know that's been discussed before. And as I understand it, this is for the purpose of also being able to take advantage of federal funds that do have an expiration date. However, I do also see or have now understand that there's been a lot of discussion about guaranteed maximum price and the need and, the general need or desire for the public and protecting our public funds to not sign contracts that don't have that. And so I just wonder, I know that you had a justification in the memo, but I wonder if you could speak to the timeliness of this and also just giving the public some assurance given the history of this particular contractor. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Constant, Assembly members, and through the chair, I'd like to respond. Merrill Field received a grant from FAA through the CARES Act for approximately $17.8 million. A big chunk of that is devoted to building rehabs around the field that the airport owns. April 21st, the Enterprise Utility Oversight Commission asked that we proceed step by step on the buildings to have guaranteed price negotiation rather than approve the whole batch of projects. And so the first amendment was repairs on the manager's office. This amendment is for, I think, 4 buildings, and we have a firm price negotiated with Roger Hickle Construction. So that's the long and short of it.
Thank you.
Ms. Braga?
I really appreciate that Ms. Alger took time to go through this with me because it wasn't sitting well, and she spent a lot of time explaining it, but I still just don't like this open price thing. And my son's an engineer in town, and I was running things by him, and he said, "What in the world is that? That's like a name your price tool." And I kind of like, that's what I think. So I wondered if there could be an independent estimate on that work that's going to be done. I wouldn't want to slow this down to where we couldn't get this work done with CARES Act, but I think for the good of the public to see an independent price estimate besides the one that Roger Hickle Construction did would be good.
Through the chair, I've brought with me tonight architect Steve Fishback, and he can explain the details of the negotiation and the price validation. If I can ask Steve to come up.
Hello, Assembly members. My name is Steve Fishback. I'm an architect here in Anchorage. I've worked in the field for many, many years. Anyhow, there is an independent price. Part of the guaranteed the GMGC process is the contractor gives us a price, and then we have a third party review that and come back with another price. The independent contractor was Estimations, a well-known cost estimating firm here in town, and so I think that we're well covered there.
Does that answer your question? Here you go.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I don't know that this is going to be to you. I am still smarting from a construction manager, general contractor contract for $5 million for Roger Hickle. And I don't feel like I'm actually prepared to vote yes on this item, even though time is short, because I don't trust the method of contracting anymore. I've been burned. And I've been burned twice in 10 years if I take myself personally out of it and just think of myself as a member of this body. And the body has been burned twice. And so I have fear in approving a CMGC contract, and I intend to eliminate this method of contracting from the code because I don't find it's in the best interest of the people to do that. But it exists now in the code. And so I think we should have a more robust conversation about this project and the specific mechanisms and tools, what they've presented to us, what's to be delivered, when it's to be delivered, and how much it's going to cost us in the end, because we had a $50,000 contract that ballooned to $5 million the last time we did this dance, and we just settled a case with them. Same people, same players, same act, just different stage. And so I am concerned. And it's nothing to do with Merrill-Field, and I understand the time sensitivity. It's to do with our code, procurement methods, and how we engage with the public's money. So I'm not sure what to do here.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I move to postpone this item to the meeting of the 25th of July and refer it to the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee meeting on the 20th of July. If I get a second, I'll explain.
Second. Who is the second? Okay, so motion to postpone was made by Ms. Altel, seconded by Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the enterprise and utility referral, my hope is we could go through the estimates per building. I do have a couple of questions based on the memorandum. Thank you for doing it by building as we asked for, so we could really dig in. Of particular interest is building 1025, that $4 million estimate. I would like to get some more details, and we can talk maybe a little bit more about how those numbers came to be. We've got room on the agenda. I know it's a one meeting delay, but if it won't jam the process up, hopefully then we can get everyone comfortable. So I would ask that you support the delay, fellow members.
Anyone else? Mr. Cross?
Would that complicate any things if we delayed to the next utility oversight meeting in fall?
Which is next week.
If I can, through the chair.
Yep.
So the overarching thing on the CARES Act is that the grant ends the first part of next May. And we're burning daylight, and sure, a couple of weeks doesn't sound like much, but we're, I mean, I'm talking to you, that, the construction season is getting short, and I am really concerned about our ability to deliver a project. We can't just get halfway there. And so every day, in fact, the delay up until this point has me kind of really stressed out. So anyway, of course, the Assembly can do what you want, but I just need to make you aware that this hard deadline for the CARES Act is coming. So.
Thank you.
Ms. Bronga.
So I was given the score sheet of how the different contractors scored. If you ran short of time, could you not enlist your second highest score to do some of this work, like share the wealth? Or is that not something that can happen?
Well, the selection process started nearly, I guess it was almost 9 months ago, 10 months ago. In fact, Mr. Kohlhaas was part of the selection committee when he had a different job with the municipality. But I think that it would be difficult to split this contract. There's little portions of work that we're doing. It's a repair type project. So we're replacing some windows, replacing some doors, we're replacing canopies over doors. So they're little small pieces of work, and it would be hard to divide that amongst other contractors. And really, the value of the contract is small enough that I don't think it would elicit any other interest in a project like that to do miscellaneous repair work that was worth, roughly $2 million.
You have the floor.
So, like building 1025 at $4,221 is not small potatoes in my world. Well, certainly, if you have to mobilize a construction crew, do all the procurement, there's long lead items that would have to be worked through. We're probably now faced with winter construction just because even to get doors, the last I heard was about 23 weeks. So, like Rich said, there's lots of time being spent, and we've already lost a couple weeks by putting it to this assembly meeting rather than the one prior to this. So it is a critical time for the project.
Mr. Kohlhaas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add that I share Mr. Sewell's concerns about the schedule and Mr. Fishback's concerns about the slipping of the schedule. Excuse me, and I also understand the concerns regarding CMGC contracting and the events that surround the contract for the Navigation Center. Mayor Bronson was actually just asking me my thoughts on CMGC. It is an accepted way of contracting. I think the distinction here is that we are in front of the Assembly requesting approval of the contract before proceeding with the work. I would also offer that Chris Hunter from the Purchasing Department, I believe, is in the audience and is available to speak to the contracting procedures, if that would be beneficial. But given the scheduling concerns and the fact that this is federal money that we stand to lose if we don't accomplish the work timely, I would urge that this proceed. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly. So I'm reading this memo again because I understand the multiple sides that I'm hearing. As I read this, it looks like there is a guaranteed maximum price for the 5 buildings and shelters that are being proposed. Is that correct? So this is, those would be guaranteed maximum price for that phase?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess another option would be that if this was approved tonight, that there still could be a conversation about these upcoming ones and about the bigger picture, future phases. And so I want to offer that as an observation. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'll let you all know that if the motion to postpone and refer to EUOC doesn't pass, I intend to make a motion to set this for public hearing. Because frankly, I'm not comfortable with this moving from $46,000 to $5.4 million without something more. And I appreciate your timeline and that it takes time and that you are crunched, but that's a big jump. I'm actually surprised we're not required to have a public hearing. And I understand that's not what's in the code, but it seems in order to be good stewards of this money that a public hearing should possibly be required. It might be a code change we need to look at further. Unfortunately, your project is kind of illustrating some of our needs. And for me, it really is this building 1025. When I read in this memo, there just isn't enough detail to tell me how we get to $4 million, frankly. And if that's the guaranteed maximum price, I have the feeling that it'll cost the guaranteed maximum price. So for us to approve a $5.4 million project, I can see us taking some time. So I just wanted to let you all know that that is my plan. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thanks, and I'll just close with the same point that it feels like the CMGC, CMAR contracting mechanism has been created to skirt the public hearing requirement, the public process. And that's what it did when we went from 50,000 to 5 million. And here we are again, and it's just shocking the conscience to think we would go this way. And I understand it's just process and it's in the code, but I do ask my peers to hold the line. Mr. Gates.
Excuse me. Thank you. I just wanted to speak, if I may, to the idea of setting the public hearing for this item. Setting the public hearing for approval of a contract is unusual. That's not provided for in code for any of our contracts. Under 71540, assembly approval of contracts over 500,000 requires assembly approval when it's competitively procured. That's not to be mixed with appropriations. I believe as a CARES Act funded grant, that we had a public hearing for the CARES Act appropriation. So that's the public hearing component. And I just wanted to make sure the body is informed that setting a public hearing for the approval of this contract is unusual.
So when you say unusual, are you suggesting, Mr. Gates, that it's not allowed?
I can't say that it's not allowed.
Thank you.
They simply can set public hearing for items, and I think we have done so in the past.
Thank you. The motion before us is a motion to postpone the item to 7:25. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8-4, the item AM 527-2023 has been postponed with an informal referral to the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee next week to provide insight into what's proposed. Thank you. On the agenda, we have item 10D14. 10D14 is AM 530-2023, amendment number 1 to non-encumbering contract with Snowline Alaska, number 4400001412, providing year-round maintenance services for Glen Alps Road Service Area. Ms. Zalatil.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
There's a motion to postpone indefinitely. Is there a second?
second for purposes of discussion.
Moved by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Ms. Volland.
Thank you. This was moved to be postponed indefinitely at the request of the administration. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, that item has been postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 10D19. 10D19 is AM 513-2023, Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission, Brett Wilbanks. What's the will of the body? Or wait, Mr. Johnson.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Alatel. Was there a substitute version for this item or an amendment? No, okay, thank you. So, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, reading through the requirements for the Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission, it states that no more than 3 members shall have professional interest in acquisition, financing, or development of private real property within a municipality. I was just reading through the resumes which were provided in the applications for the present members on the commission and also for Mr. Wilbanks here. And looking through it, I find that Mr. Wilbanks is a contractor and a developer. Mr. Flynn is a real estate manager and a broker. Mr. Hansen does sales and leasing of commercial real estate, and Ms. Oswald is a licensed realtor. So by my rough calculation here, that looks like that would be 4 members who would meet my definition of a professional interest. So I was just curious if the administration could clarify how they're reading that in such a way that they don't see this exceeding that limitation. And if so, just which of these 4 people is not, in their view, having that professional interest?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief of Staff Mario Bird will address this issue. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Member Johnson. I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I don't have a good answer for you right now, but I'll be happy to review those resumes and make sure that we're following code. So, yeah, I appreciate you bringing that to my attention.
You still have the floor, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. In that case, then, I would make a motion to postpone to our next regular meeting so that we could hopefully get more information from Mr. Bird before we take this up.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Rivera, the motion to postpone to the meeting of 7:25, AM 513-2023. Members in the queue wish to speak to the motion to postpone? Okay. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah,
oh, wait, I'm sorry. Mr. Volland was first, sorry.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I would rather just dispatch with this item tonight rather than postponing. I appreciate what Mr. Johnson brought up, and I think the criteria of the board is the criteria of the board. I also have concerns about this specific reappointment. Without going into too much detail, some of the controversy surrounding the Holton Hills development, there was a closed vote that was taken that this individual was involved in, and I think that was sort of not great public process, and also potentially, some connection to advocacy against the Holton Hills development, which for me, people can do things in their capacity as community members, but I think just some gray area that gives me concern. So I would rather see a different nominee come forward. And so I would just as soon not postpone and be able to take action on this tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley, no.
Yeah, thank you. And I also hear those concerns. I would be supportive of postponing because I think it is an important question to answer. And I do also remember watching a prior meeting as a member of the public, and I know this individual's pretty much the same concerns were raised at that time. And I know that there was I suppose, enough response at that time to justify the placement of this individual on the board, but I know that those same concerns exist about participation in essentially real estate and development activities. And so I think, given that the Heritage Land Bank is our public lands, that there are different uses for those lands, that there is a lot of discussion and often public pressure to release a lot of those lands, but I think there's also good reason to maintain the plans we have. We've also had trouble with not having a real estate director for many months now, I believe. And so I think there's just a lot of reason why we should put extra scrutiny on the Heritage Land Bank, given that it is one of our big assets in the city. So I would support postponement, but I also hear the concerns that are raised. Thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. We don't have space in our calendar likely to get a work session before the 25th, to be quite honest. And the 25th is going to be a heck of a meeting as it is, so I'm a little bit worried about postponements to the 25th. Thanks.
I think the 25th will be a two-meeting meeting. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, it's interesting because what we're looking at is the Heritage Land Bank land disposal. Since we're dealing with land and replatting and use, you want people with some sort of real estate experience, but at the same time, you're saying we can't have too many people with real estate experience. And real estate's a broad topic. We have individuals that have commercial leasing, and so commercial leasing and property management is completely separate. I mean, that's about as broad as real estate as you can see. That's like saying that a Segway scooter and a jumbo jet, because they both provide transportation, are transportation related. But so I would say that some of these individuals are ready to be approved, but and I would prefer to just proceed forward. Thank you.
And the motion is to postpone. Ms. Brawley. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I have people who haven't spoken. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Johnson, I just want a point of clarification. I just looked, and Ms. Oswald does not have an active real estate license, so I don't think she's currently practicing.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
I believe the person with the active real estate license may be Ms. Warfield, a different member listed, but I'm not sure. We should verify. And I wanted, maybe this is a question, a procedural question. If I was going to propose the postponement to the meeting of August 8th, is that something I could do, or is that something that would be accepted by the original mover?
It could go either way. The mover of the motion was Mr. Johnson. The seconder was Mr. Volland. Would it be okay for the meeting of August 8th?
Yes, I was going to make a motion to that effect.
I think, I'm sorry, no, it was...
I'm fine with it, Mr. Chair.
Rivera, I'm sorry. It was Rivera. So you're fine as well. So we can consider the motion amended to 8. And the question is still before us. Mr. Byrd. Wait, are you speaking on behalf of the mayor?
Through the chair, I wanted to address one of the questions regarding the postponement, specifically brought up by Member Johnson regarding the interpretation of code for this.
So I think that ship has sailed, but the mayor can give you a lifeline.
Can I phone a friend?
You may.
Chief Staff Mario Byrd has information for the chair.
Thank you. Mr. Byrd.
Thank you. Through the chair, to Member Johnson, I think what I'd like to, if we could postpone it, I'd like to get an opinion from legal, and Assembly Council would be fine as well, what professional interests actually mean, because I think Member Cross made a good point. We do want people who have expertise with land dealings, but I understand we got to follow code. And if somebody is dabbling or does not have a current license, I think it would be good to have a definition of what professional interests mean. I also want to address that I think you will probably see, Mr. Chair, brought back before you a correction of some of the other terms that was one of the items in the exhibits attached to this. And if there is a postponement, we'll probably be having another discussion about another seat on this. So it would be helpful to have a postponement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have a clarifying question. I want to jump in there quickly. If there is another set of changes that are proposed, might it not be in the interest of everybody to just kill this item and bring it all back fresh and clean? then we can have all those conversations without having to put an item back on.
Through the chair, Mr. Chair, I don't see an objection. I think it sounds fine.
Right, then we could just do it all in one shot, which would argue for a motion to postpone indefinitely. We have a number of people in the queue, but Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and would love to speak in favor of Mr. Wilbanks. I've known him for probably since I moved to Alaska, but my question relative to the motion is, I know he's on the board right now. Do we run into any term issues with him terming out if we postpone how far? Or
Through the chair to Mr. Salt, I do not believe so. What we are trying to do is to correct the staggering on this board by the reappointments we'll be putting forward. And I don't believe, because the current Assembly memorandum gives him what we see as being the wrong term, I don't see him losing that seat if he is not, if that matter is not concluded tonight.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Okay, motion postponed indefinitely by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion? Mr. Myers, you're in the queue.
Mine was on the past comment. I just wanted to correct Ms. Brawley. I didn't find anything for Ms. Warfield either. Since real estate's my thing, I have a quick access and know that website well.
All right, so we'll get to the bottom of this then. Mr. Salt?
yeah, just to confirm that if we postpone indefinitely, we can still bring back the name?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And nothing, we can bring back this fresh. It just will be clean, and we won't be then amending and a substitute version, and we'll just have a clean version. Okay, the motion is before us. Members may proceed to vote. AM 513-2023, the motion is postponed indefinitely. On a vote of 11 to 1, that item has been postponed indefinitely. We anticipate seeing it back with all those corrections in place. Next, we have item 10D28. 10D28 is AM 523-2023 Public Safety Advisory Commission. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I pulled this not with regard to this particular nominee, with the exception of, if you look at the current makeup of the Public Safety Advisory Commission, it is heavy on law enforcement and ex-law enforcement. And for me, that's a little bit problematic. It is meant to be a makeup of our community that might intersect with our law enforcement. We had 3 wonderful women serving on this commission previously, particularly raising issues around missing, murdered, and Indigenous women and girls, and that was really important. They were doing really important work on the commission, and I don't want us to lose sight of the depth that this commission could have. So I just wanted to raise that issue, put it on your radars, especially with new membership, as you may not have been aware of that previous membership and makeup of this commission. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate Member Zalatel raising that issue. I think there's been a lot of discussion generally about boards and commissions and the need for balance and diversity, and there's a lot of different ways that you could slice those words. But I think it is really important for essentially a community advisory commission regarding public safety and really thinking broadly about public safety, how it intersects with health, how it intersects with road design, things like that. So I think, I do think it would be very beneficial, and it may broaden the scope and the thought process of this body to have more diversity there. So thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9 to 3, AM 523-2023 has passed the body. I think there has been some concerns expressed about who's getting appointed, and maybe think about that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Next on the agenda, we have item 10D33, which is AM 549-2023 grant agreement with Henning Inc. for former Golden Lion Hotel startup. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to postpone to the meeting of 7:25.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've moved to postpone this grant agreement because the grant agreement explicitly references as for the purpose of what's to be done is that it needs to do what's in the lease. The lease is set for a public hearing on July 25th. So approving the grant agreement before we've approved the lease and we're comfortable with the lease seems to be putting the cart before the horse. I've raised some concerns about the lease and frankly what I read in the news by the proposed operator, and I want some time for us to be able to flesh this out. It appears that it's skewing towards an assisted living home, which requires a state licensure, because if you're helping people with their activities of daily living, that is the definition of an assisted living home. I hope we can get this worked out. This housing is very important, but I want to make sure that the MOA is protected, that we are doing what is within the letter of the law. I think there's also still an outstanding issue of whether or not a change of use has happened for this property under Title 21. And so by keeping this all together as a package, we can make sure all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted. When it's all approved, you know, maybe on the 25th, we can be ready to go, making sure we're well within the letter of state and municipal law, because this is our opportunity to make sure the municipal interest here is covered. While housing is important, we are stewards of this municipal asset and the potential liability that could be incurred. So the other thing I wanted to raise with regard to this grant agreement is I appreciate that it included a budget for the grant amount, but not an overall budget for the actual operations. And I'm particularly concerned how those operations are going to pencil with rents, especially if there are all these other potential services being offered as listed in the lease. So I want some clarity on the intersection of those things to make sure that this is the contribution by the municipality in addition to the building, and there won't be an opportunity or a likelihood that there will be coming back for additional funding. Thank you.
The queue is full. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that I could use more information on. So this memorandum says funds under this grant will be allocated to essential items needed to open the former Golden Lion Hotel as affordable housing for the city's most vulnerable. It's been reported on a couple media outlets that these folks who move into the Golden Lion will be on a lease, and that lease will be about $800. And I know that there are various mechanisms for getting folks housed and in a way that's affordable, but I think the community is seeing that, and I've just seen some chatter online and, you know, in emails about, you know, is that truly affordable? If we're looking to house the homeless, you know, that's almost approaching what, you know, market price may be. So I just have some questions on sort of what the plan is, who's deciding who's moving into the Golden Lion, and whether or not they can afford that, or how they will be supported to afford that. And I'm not sure, maybe Alexis, or I'm not sure who would be able to answer that question. I'm getting a point of order potentially.
Yeah, effectively, point of order was.
Point of order.
Is that relating to the motion to postpone?
No, and so I'll hold that for now. It's great to have our vice chair back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Several Assembly members, including myself, have been huge champions to get the former Golden Lion up and running as housing as quickly as possible. And I'm thankful that the administration has gotten us to this point today where we have a lease introduced and set for a vote on July 25th and this item before us today. I'm glad that Ms. Zolotel made the motion, because if she did not, I was going to, because I agree that these items should be relatively tied together, both the lease and the startup costs to get the Golden Land opened up as housing. From my perspective, I don't think this is going to slow things down. We would have had to wait until July 25th anyway to vote on the lease. So let's just get this ready. I think probably a work session or some other meeting is in order for us to dive into this, because I myself also have a variety of questions of what is going to be happening in this facility, and the chosen operator, I have questions about that as well. So I think there's a lot more discussion that needs to be had, and I'm looking forward to getting us to a point where on July 25th we can affirmatively vote yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'm going to skip you in the queue briefly. Ms. Zolotel, go ahead.
My question, is to Mr. Rivera. Is there room on the Committee on Housing and Homelessness to add this to the agenda on the 19th?
Possibly. I can go ahead and manage it in that committee, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, the calendar is full through the end of the month. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I would support the postponement just so that we move these together. And Ms. Zolotel made a comment about change of use, but I thought under 2023-30, under Title 21, we amended that to allow hotels to convert to multifamily, but I don't know if we ever did anything with Title 23. I thought there was another part of that we had to move forward, so.
Ms. Zolotel.
But I support the delay. Thank you.
Mr. Cross, we only removed the residential design standards, not the actual change of use process.
Mr. Salt.
Thanks. I know it's urgent that we get housing available and out there as fast as possible, and some of this seems like it's going to happen anyway. So I guess I just want to confirm with the administration that this delay to the 25th will not impact opening the Golden Lion.
Through the chair, we can call Alexis Johnson to up for that one. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. Alexis Johnson, Housing and Homeless Coordinator, Anchorage Health Department. We do not believe a postponement of this vote will delay any occupancy or the opening of the Golden Lion. We're full steam ahead right now.
A quick question for you, Ms. Johnson. So I had someone ask me the question of, do we anticipate occupancy before the lease is finalized?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, we do.
So that might not have been the right answer, but that's okay. We'll work this out. Ms. Zolotel.
Wow. No. Frankly, then why are we approving a lease? Because the lease is what allows for occupancy of the building. We don't master lease it to anyone else until such time as the lease is approved. Otherwise, asking for our approval is just perfunctory. And frankly, we've been in this position before where the administration has moved forward and then said, oh, by the way, we need you to approve this thing. And frankly, given the concerns that I have around what the level of care and what's going to be provided, and the lease is the only thing that is controlling on that, I think you place the municipality in grave liability if you move forward before we approve a lease that we are comfortable with. So what mechanism is intended to use to allow occupancy? And I guess, is there occupancy planned before the Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting? Because right now, I don't want to go past my motion, which is a motion to postpone. So I guess if you can answer that last part first on timing, and then we can go from there, because I don't want to get beyond the motion that's on the floor.
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, I understand your concerns. I'm going to defer to Ben Bowman on the legal authority for us to occupy the building.
We need to talk about the timing first, because the motion on the floor is a motion to postpone. When do you plan to put people in the Golden Lion?
My personal goal would be, we're trying to get housing online, so as soon as possible.
Date. I need a date.
Preferably this week would be the start of occupancy.
Okay. I would ask for a minute to figure out procedurally how to proceed, because I don't want us to get outside of what's on the floor. Can we take 2 minutes, Mr. Chair?
Okay, yeah, we'll take just a minute. We're now back on the record. Ms. Salatil.
Thank you for that brief break, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make sure I stayed within the motion on the floor, and I think I still am in asking questions about the occupancy because I think it goes to the merits of whether or not we need to postpone or possibly take action tonight. So I think I'm within the scope of the motion. The only other option is to withdraw it, make a motion to approve, and then kind of go back to where we're at. So I think we're fine and square for Mr. Bowman to address the issue of how occupancy can happen before the lease and under what mechanism. And I think that will probably spur a few more questions from me.
Mr. Bowman.
Good evening, through the chair, the Assistant Municipal Attorney Bowman. At the direction, we were told to try and get this online as quickly as possible. So in the interest of getting the operator into the space as quickly as possible, a short-term use agreement was issued by the real estate department, which allows the occupancy and use of the facility. It's a legal contract, it's a legal mechanism which cannot exceed the full term of a year. In this instance, I believe we got 60 days. And so if at the end of that 60 days, the lease has not been approved, then the current operators' right to enter and use the facility would expire.
May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Please.
So for that short-term use agreement, is the allowed occupancy for the same purpose as the purpose stated in the lease? Is the language the same?
It is a rooming house with a particular group of individuals to be served. Vulnerable individuals is how it's defined.
Is it defined that way, or is it defined who have mobility and substantial impairments to activities of daily living, as it says in the lease? I think this is very important. And we haven't seen this agreement. It would be great if we could see this, because this is news to me that this exists.
Yeah, and either way, it's defined, the only type of facility that can be operated under either the use agreement or the lease is a rooming house. But the definition of who is to be rooming in that rooming house is not addressed. It is nothing more than a rooming house as would be allowed under code.
So the lease states the premise shall be used for a rooming house for individuals who have a condition which substantially impairs their daily activity or mobility. That coincides with the definition of an assisted living home under state law. That is my concern. And so if that is also in this agreement, if you are helping people with their activities of daily living, you are running an assisted living home.
And the lease does not contemplate helping people with ADLs. It
absolutely does.
I respectfully disagree.
Okay, well, that's to be decided for another time. However, what I want to also know is, does the short-term occupancy agreement have indemnification, insurance requirements?
Yes.
Okay. And when were you going to notify the assembly that this is what was going to be happening until a lease was approved?
Through the chair, we notified the assembly at I believe it was the Housing and Homelessness Committee 10 days ago. We talked about this and let everyone know. Ms. Bronga asked when the Golden Lion was coming on, and I explained this full process. I've been as transparent as possible as I can during this.
Well, I asked for the lease agreement. It would have been great for you to say, also, we're putting in an occupancy agreement, because those terms are really important. All right, I think those are my questions for now. I still think we need to postpone, and I have a lot of heartburn about this starting before the lease is approved. I have some considerable reservations about the lease because I think it's going to run afoul of the assisted living requirements. And I know the requirements we have to kind of thread the needle on, because we took these up when the complex care facility was created as a shelter to ensure we didn't run afoul, and it had to make sure that people could still do their own activities of daily living. Further, if habilitative care or occupational care is going to happen there, then it's not a rooming house. A rooming house, the only services that can be provided are dining services. And frankly, the planning and zoning director, Dave Whitfield, he is gone right now, and he's on vacation until the 14th. And I think we need him to make sure we're not running afoul of our own rules. I like expediency and I like urgency, but it's really important we follow our own rules.
We have a bunch of people in the queue, and I think I would put just a fine point on as quickly as possible under the law. I guess if we have to append that to our statements when we say as quickly as possible, that should be presumed. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm going to confess I'm just a little bit, you know, I'm reading this document and I'm a little confused. I actually don't understand how Member Zolotel's line of questioning is more on the topic of postponement than my previous line of questioning was, because it's really hard to talk about this without context and actually like getting what we're, talking about who we're funding, who we're serving. And that impacts my vote on to postpone this or not. And so anyway, this document contemplates the allocation of resources towards room upgrades, commercial washers and dryers, staffing, and initial operational expenses. So that's what the funding is for, stated in the memo. I think we're getting into a lot of other things, but we have to know who this is going to be serving and when. Funds will be used to upgrade the hotel facilities through the installation of necessary furniture, fixtures, other in-room necessities, and commercial-grade washer and dryer units for the facility. So those things are going to be needed, and then train dedicated staff members who will provide resident support services. I think that maybe is the controversial line and kind of getting into what Member Zolotel is discussing and what she has concerns about. A question that I have, I'm wondering if there's anybody from Henning here. Is this work that they do? Furniture, fixtures, installation of washer and dryer units?
Through the chair, Henning is here for questions. Some of those furnitures and fixtures are just new microwaves into the rooms, or for refrigerators or a TV to make the room complete as part of some of the funding mechanisms as a requirement. But Henning is here to answer the questions for you if you'd like.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes.
Hi, Sean Hayes here from Henning.
Do you want me to restate the question? Or
Yes,
okay.
please.
So I guess I'm just wondering if your organization, when it comes to furniture and fixtures, in-room necessities, whether it's microwaves or other equipment, the training of staff, licensing fees, permits, utility connections, administrative software, is this sort of within the scope of what your organization does, or will you be contracting out to third parties to help with this? I mean, are your guys going to be installing the microwaves, or, yeah? So
No, like we would purchase microwaves, plug them in, but anything that we would need help with, we would have to contract out. Yes.
Okay, and have you looked at that? Do you have sort of an idea of what you would need help on under this? Which portions of this you would potentially contract out for?
We're still going through that list.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'm curious, is this legally a occupancy agreement or a user agreement, this short-term mechanism?
The use agreement that we have for the 60 days?
Yeah.
So it would be an agreement for use of the facility.
Right, so legally speaking, an occupancy agreement has a real estate function outside of municipal government, and a user agreement or use agreement, I think, is the same vehicle we used, the administration used, I won't say we used, to authorize WICA to get into that building. Is it the same type of legal mechanism?
I'll admit I'm not familiar with the legal mechanism that was used for WICA.
It was called a user agreement.
It very well might have been. This is a standard agreement that the real estate department frequently uses.
So that's separate from the traditional occupancy agreement, which is not a bridge between when you have a willing buyer, a willing seller, lessor, lessee, and terms of the agreement take effect, it's something else. It's generally speaking another mechanism the muni uses to approve agreements.
The occupancy agreement is the thing?
The user agreement's a standard vehicle, but it's not generally related to a transaction. It's more so related to the administration wants to allow a certain function happen.
Yeah, a short-term use of a facility would be under the user agreement.
Right,
As opposed, it's a minor, a duration in time and scope as opposed to, it's less than a lease,
Thanks.
basically.
Lots of questions there. Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the motion that's before us, I'll continue to support postponement as I think the original rationale still stands. But I'm a bit alarmed by this entire discussion. I'm going to ask the administration to email the Assembly both the short-term use agreement and the full lease that's going to be up for a vote on July 25th, please. I also wanted to clarify that the meeting that Ms. Johnson referred to was a work session that happened while I was out of town on the allowed camps ordinance. So I'm not exactly sure how this necessarily got into that work session. Yeah, it would have been great to have a little bit of heads up on what was going on. Thanks.
Ms. Bronga.
So I don't support postponing. I feel like we have all been begging for the Golden Lion to be open, and I may not understand real estate and temporary occupancy, but I understand we have a city in crisis, and I would like to see the Golden Lion put to use as soon as possible.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I'm ready to move forward on this as well. Again, it does say that there's some mechanical needs that are being met by this, the washers, the dryers, those things are going to be important to get rolling immediately. And Mrs. Altel brought up a really good point, though, is that, hey, does it fall along the lines of an assisted living facility? So I looked up the AS statute 47.33.990, Alaska State Legislature, what is an assisted living? And her definition is absolutely accurate with just one small caveat. If the building provides personal assistance, and it also to be an assisted living provides personal assistance, which means it must assist a resident with obtaining instrumental services of daily living and be aware of the resident's general whereabouts while the resident is traveling independently in the community. So if they are monitoring where they go out into the community, like if they leave and you don't check up on them, they can go to the grocery store freely, it's no longer an assisted living facility. You have to monitor them going, I respect your opinion. I was just reading the Alaska statute, so thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion about assisted living homes, and in my prior role, I did some of the research into the state regulations, so I'm on assisted living homes, and so I can't pretend to be an expert on those things, but I do remember looking very closely and being concerned about the complex care shelter and whether it would run afoul of those regulations. And that one categorically did not, because it's a shelter, and it was an unusual situation, but that is something that the team that started up that facility did discuss at length. And so I certainly do want to see the Golden Lion turned on. I want to see people off the street, but I also want to make sure that we're not running an unlicensed assisted living facility, and I think there are some issues to work out, and I know that the state does not take kindly to that. So I guess a question is has your team at all consulted with the, I think it'd be the Division of Senior and Disability Services, to ensure that we're not running afoul of that?
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair to Ms. Brawley, I don't believe we have consulted with that group, but we're more than happy to do so if that's what you see fit.
Thanks. And I guess regardless of how it gets resolved, I think we need to have an answer. And then the question is, does this facility end up needing to be licensed or not?
Mr. Bowman.
And additionally, I believe that this is heartburn caused specifically by the language defining the population to be served, which if that language causes substantial and significant heartburn, we can change to just vulnerable persons. I believe that this is all related to the lease as opposed to the grant, so I wasn't quite bringing that up, but vulnerable persons could be, if that language in the lease could solve heartburn. This language was pulled from to define the population because we were pulling it from the prior assembly action. So we're just using the same piece of language to define the population. But vulnerable persons relieves all this tension. I know that the administration is on board with switching those words.
Zolotel.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Bowman. It's not so much just switching the words, it's what happens in the building. And hearing Ms. Hayes in the media and what's proposed to happen there is my concern. If functionally you end up operating it as an assisted living facility because you are assisting people with their activities of daily living, then they are entitled to the protections under state statute. And so I don't feel like we have clarity on what's going to happen in this facility. And I also feel like the user agreement isn't going to provide that clarity. And so I'm a little dismayed because I raised this issue to both you and Ms. Johnson on May 25th, my last meeting before I went on my break. And I said, hey, I believe there's some issues and that we're getting really close, if not running into assisted living issues with what's being proposed to happen at the Golden Lion. So this isn't a new issue, and it's one to be taken very seriously because there are so many protections for people in assisted living homes because they are vulnerable and highly vulnerable. And just simply substituting the word vulnerable and highly vulnerable doesn't solve the issue. And with what Ms. Brawley said, regardless if emergency shelters were categorically excluded from assisted living, what we wanted to make sure and why people who are eligible for complex care have to be able to take care of their activities of daily living after close consultation, deep consultation with the Mental Health Trust Authority, we didn't even want to get near being an assisted living facility. And so if we're looking out for the municipal interest, I appreciate we want to get people off the streets, but running an unlicensed assisted living facility is not okay and could really subject us to some liability and some problems. So that is my concern. I don't know that we have a remedy or a mechanism about this use agreement. I think, frankly, we've just been gone around and told that we have to approve a lease for the year use, but for up to 60 days or anything short of a year, we're really not needed. That's how I'm feeling tonight.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to pretend that I understand the law well enough to speculate on whether or not this is or is not an assisted living facility, and I do think these questions need to be answered. But just looking at the scope of this memorandum, I think undoubtedly our intent is to bring the Golden Lion into use sooner rather than later. And perhaps it is fair to say that there are questions that should be answered before we put people in the building. But in terms of do we need the furniture, fixtures, and other in-room necessities, I mean, undoubtedly that will be required at some point. And so I don't see a reason why we necessarily need to delay taking action on this, even if there are other unresolved questions in terms of how we use the building. I would still like to see us go ahead and proceed with this work, knowing it's going to happen sooner rather than later, or sooner or later, but I would say sooner certainly seems to be in our interest. So I understand the members' concerns, and I would like to have these questions answered, but I don't see why that needs to delay action on this memorandum here.
Ms. Zolotel. Put myself.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. I want to lift the aperture up slightly and look at a bit more of the big picture. This isn't just an agreement to improve the physical building by putting in washing machines and improving rooms and microwaves. It's actually to choose an operator. It is a grant agreement. That's it. This is the only opportunity we have to make the decision of, is this the right operator for the right services at the right place? That's it. So if the argument is just to approve this to get the physical plant moving forward, we're not doing that. We're going well past that. So that's one of the dilemmas here. But really, lifting up this view again, I want to thank you, Ms. Johnson, for getting us here. You've worked really hard and we're really close. And this is a 3-year journey for some of us. 3 years we've been waiting for this moment. And the 3 of us who have been waiting the longest, who have spoken, are saying let's wait 2 weeks more. I want you to think about that for a minute. That is not an excessive ask. It is not, as has been suggested, an attempt to filibuster or leave people out on the streets. That's not the case. And in fact, if the press was so hard to get this done, why in the world did an appropriation we made months ago expire June 30th? Why are we being asked next to reappropriate the money that we put forward? Because all of a sudden now we have a big rush. That is not what's going on here. And we don't need to rush to the end of the question to answer the golden lion dilemma. What we need to do is get there as quickly as we can right. As quickly as we can with the information we need. And if that's in 2 weeks, we have solved this problem that we've been struggling over for years. It's 2 weeks. It's not a bad thing. We have had 3, I think, resolutions that said you can't do an action until you open the golden lion. We are not strangers to the desire and the demand in the community to get this open. I think we're just asking for a little bit more time to make sure we understand the commitment we're about to make for at least a year, probably with 3 one-year extensions to an operator for a plan, that we can't answer what it actually does. And so I would just offer that we all feel the rush. And the rush is, let's get it done, but my request is, let's get it done right. So, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with you. And I would just reiterate that in a conversation about choosing an operator and identifying their plan for how they're going to make this work, I hope at this upcoming work session that we can address those questions that I had previously about, potential of $800 leases, and how's that going to be affordable for folks? Who's going to, how are we going to get folks placed in the Golden Lion? What does that look like? Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to put a final point on this, again, Ms. Johnson, you did say that if we delay this to the 25th, it will not impact putting people in the Golden Lion. It'll give you time to address Ms. Salatel's concerns. Thank you.
So there is still the question of the issue of occupancy before, and I just fear that we have an operator and an occupant before we have a lease and an agreement. That's not the right order, but if the tools exist and the administration wants to execute them and they're within the law, that's their power. Cause and effect. So with that, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, something you said made me think of another question. So, as I understand it, we actually don't have an operator until the Assembly approves something, right? Is that accurate? Do we have an operator right now? You two are giving different answers, by the way.
Well, no, we actually, my apologies, we're shaking heads in different directions. You are correct. We do not have, the only legal relationship currently is a use agreement which lasts 60 days. So there is not an operator, there is not a lease that currently Henning has the right to enter onto the facility and use it for a particular purpose for 60 days. At the end of that 60 days, they no longer have a right to enter and use unless the Assembly approves something further. And if in that 60 days an additional 2 weeks is needed for the work of the Assembly, I don't believe there is any objection from the administration to that. So we are not opposed to a 2-week delay if that's desired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, yeah, I just briefly want to say, I don't understand how you could say it is not an agreement. I don't understand how, if we have a user agreement and they can go in and provide the services that are contemplated in the lease, then they do, in fact, have the right to go in and provide those services. That's...
Through the chair to Mr. Constant, he's just stating that they have that, they're an operator for the next 60 days.
Right, so Mr.
If
Rivera,
beyond that, they would not have an operator for
is,
the long-term lease
yes,
to run the Golden
they
Lion
have
housing.
granted them the right to do this now. And so, and my response back to that was, choose wisely, because actions have reactions. That's all. Actions have reactions. And if the legislative authority is again breached, it just creates more intense scrutiny and oversight and tighter channels by which official actions can happen. And we've been down this road, and we're working hard to open the channels and do better working together. And so that's where I hope we get to, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So this puts us in a real pickle, frankly. Last time we were in a pickle, it was with Hickle, but I don't have a good rhyme for this one. But it puts us in a pickle because if you start putting clients or tenants in the Golden Lion, or Henning does, under the use agreements, and we do not like the terms of the lease, or we do not want to move forward, then we are essentially responsible for their eviction. And I believe in order to use an EHV, an emergency housing voucher, or emergency rental assistance, you need 12-month leases. And at this point, Henning would only be able to issue a 60-day lease to a tenant in order to collect rent. So this is a very untenable situation, meaning that you could really only accept self-pay clients, which if someone's got $800 a month in rent, this probably isn't their only option, and a $1,000 security deposit, there's a barrier. It's really setting up a house of cards that, frankly, I don't want to be responsible for knocking over. So I want to be on the record, echoing what the chair has said, which is really think long and hard about any occupancy prior to the lease acceptance, because you are really putting us in a tough position where you have introduced something for a public hearing, this lease, and you are in control of that timing, and you are in control of when that was going to happen, and you are in control of whether or not you allow anyone to take occupancy of the Golden Lion as a tenant with landlord-tenant rights for this period of time. And these are people's lives, and we need to be providing stability and consistency, and I think that's what a majority of the members up here want to do, which is ensuring that master lease is in place so that year-long leases with tenants can actually be executed. Thank you.
All right, I see no one else in the queue. The motion is to postpone to the meeting of 7:25. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 2, AM 549-2023 has been postponed to the meeting of 7:25 with a visit to the Housing and Homelessness Committee next week. So, thank you for that spicy debate. Next on the agenda, we have item 10D34, and this is the appropriation. So 10D34 is resolution unnumbered AR 2023, AR unnumbered -2023, which is item 10D34, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $250,000, all within the alcohol beverage retail sales tax fund, community development department for startup costs to get the former Golden Lion up and running as low-income housing after July 1, 2023. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by, I believe, Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I will not prolong the debate that we just had, but I think as I understand it, the item before us is to essentially amend our budget, one of the budget amendments that would allow for these funds to be used after June 30th. So given that June 30th has passed, and setting aside the discussion we just had and the other items, I believe we would still want this money to be available as of July 1st. So it seems like this is still something that we could take action on today and would be a good thing to do. Thank you.
Ms. Alaton.
Just want to thank Mr. Byrd and his team for getting that together after the concern was raised. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, the unnumbered AR item 10D34, a resolution reappropriating $250,000 has passed the body. And I will note that tonight we approved funding for repairs of the building. We have approved funding now for the implementation and startup costs. So progress tonight on this question has been made. Next on the agenda, we have item 10F4. 10F4 is Information Memorandum 140-2023, Allowed Camps Community Task Force Final Report. Mr. Rivera.
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Vollen. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I pulled this just to first thank the many task force members for the amazing work that you did, the many, many hours of work and emotions that you put in. I see several of them in the audience, so thank you for that. And then second, to encourage my colleagues to read through this report. It's a lot of really great information in it, and it's eventually going to be added to the Housing and Homelessness Committee agenda for review. I thought perhaps this month, but I think the other discussions will probably delay review of this report until August. For now, though, I highly encourage my colleagues to accept this report and then look forward to a review likely in the August committee meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, hearing and seeing no other members may proceed to vote. Ms. Zalatel, how do you vote? She votes yes. On a vote of 12 to 0, AM 140-2023 has been accepted. And the final item on our consent agenda is item 10G6. Mr. Rivera, briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to introduce and set the public hearing for August 8th.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, set the public hearing for August 8th, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there a third?
Third.
Mr. Martinez has third, is the third vote on that item. Third motion.
And if I may just opine briefly.
You may have a moment of privilege.
Thank you. So Assembly Leadership asks that the public hearing on this item be moved to the meeting of August 8th because the July 25th meeting is already pretty stacked with items, so August 8th is more clear for us to take this item up. Thanks.
All right. Oh, that's right. We need to come back. Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair, to item 10D4. Mr. Colhase, you had some information for us.
Yes, Mr. Constant, Chair Constant, I do. May I need to find the email again? I'm sorry. I'm going to make an attempt at explaining it, and then I will ask Lance Wilbur to come to the podium if I don't get it correct. So I believe Lance said that we were using operating funds, and I think that was a partially correct statement. We, every year, we transfer several hundred thousand in operating funds into what's called a capital contribution account. And those are the funds that we are using to pay for the storage for the sprung shelter. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. And that's still out of maintenance and operations?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I think just for the future, if it said maintenance and operations, capital contribution or something, because what I got stymied with is I didn't know what department it was coming from in the fund certification. So, thank you.
Great, thank you.
So, anyone else on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, AM 510-2023 has been approved. And now we will take our regularly scheduled dinner break. Are we back on the record? We are back on the record. A moment of personal privilege. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask if Ms. Johnson could come up, and I know we had a rather spirited debate about the Golden Lion, and I think the request, just to determine whether or not we need to maybe prepare some other action for tonight, is whether or not occupancy of the Golden Lion can be delayed until the lease approval on 7/25. Thank you.
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, yes, we are in good faith going to make a decision in agreeable terms that we will wait to occupy the Golden Lion. We recognize that if we move people in, there is a possibility that we would have to move them out in 60 days if you disprove it. So I'm extending the olive branch, and I just want you guys to know, like, this is a very important project. I think we've all moved mountains, and the administration especially has moved mountains to get this online, and it's very important to me.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate that very
I
much.
just want to be really clear. When we're talking about occupancy, we're talking about tenants. That doesn't restrict other actions from taking place, like getting the rooms ready or other things. Do you share that agreement?
Through the chair to Mr. Consing, yes, I do.
Thank you. So occupancy is tenancy in this case. Thank you, everybody. Ooh, progress. It's incremental, but it happens. So next on the agenda, we have item 11A, which is Assembly Memorandum 467-2023, Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, Kevin Klump. Action was postponed from the meeting of June 20th, 2023. Mr. Rivera moved to approve, seconded by Mr. Myers. Motion to approve is on the floor. Anybody wish to speak to this item? Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since you're looking at me, I had a good conversation with Mr. Klump, and I'm totally fine with approval of his appointment to the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, AM 467-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11B, AO 2023-50, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Chapters 21.03, Review and Approval Procedures, 2104, Zoning Districts, 2107, Development and Design Standards, and 2115, Rules of Construction and Definitions.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed 5/9/2023. Action was postponed from 5/9/2023. No motion pending. I heard a motion to approve by Mr. Volland. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to really commend Tom Davis in the Planning Department, who's here tonight, for his, I think, is it years now of work on this item, Tom? When I was running for Assembly, I had to attend all the community councils that this would impact. And so I heard Tom's initial presentations more times than I can recount. But additionally, the public process that has gone into this, he formed working groups with various folks that this would impact, and I felt like he was very extensive in soliciting feedback from the community. Also, when we had the opportunity to address parking requirements and take that portion of what he was working on and breaking it out and going a little bit further than was originally contemplated, Mr. Davis was very amenable to working with the Assembly on that and to improving that piece. And yeah, I just really support this legislation, and I think it's kind of encapsulated in Goal 5 of the 2040 Land Use Plan, which talks about infrastructure land use, coordinated and targeted infrastructure investments, catalyze new growth, provide an acceptable return on investment, and equitably improve safety and quality of life. Infrastructure is the part of the built and natural environment that conveys a public service and undergirds daily life. Infrastructure is the built environment, which includes public buildings, streets, sidewalks, parks, parking, water and sewer pipes, schools, public art, public spaces, and communication, networks. And you know, we've had a lot of conversation as a body around the issue of housing and you know, addressing a housing shortage, but also when it comes to neighborhood character and preserving some of the things that we all value about our neighborhoods. And I would argue a big part of that is the shared environment, the part of our neighborhood that we share, the streets, the sidewalks, and eyes on the street, you know, when it comes to having windows facing the street that make us all safer. And I just really value how this addresses those things, because I think it's possible to embrace more infill and density, but also to preserve some of those special things that make quality of life better for all of us in our neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yes, I absolutely agree with everything Daniel said, and that is why I would like to move forward across amendments 1 and 2.
I will second. I'll second Amendment 1.
One's just a whereas. All right, well then we'll just do cross amendment 1. I absolutely agree that we need to have areas that are specified for urban, rural, suburban, and so in keeping with context of that character, right? And we already have that, in fact, through the 2040 Land Use Code. It does it through zoning. In fact, if you look, our high-density residential zonings are specifically targeted for potential urban areas. And although I love what this does, the only thing I don't like is it only says that we're going to apply these design standards and allow that malleability for urban design in just these small areas, rather than allowing other suburban areas which have been limited by a lack of pedestrian traffic and been limited by excessive design standards. So my amendment allows that these changes that is right now only within certain designated urban areas apply to all high-density zoning areas that are potential urban areas, and allow the developers and the owners of those properties the option to build to an urban design standard. They don't have to, they can build to a standard, they can fit something that fits that, but we have a lot of areas in Anchorage that could benefit from this magnificent code change that don't fit in those very specifically carved out. In fact, on our urban design criteria that is located within this, those are already areas that are already urban. They're places that already have sidewalks. They're kind of like, all we're doing is giving more flexibility within spaces that have already been recognized as urban, although there are other areas that are struggling to get there, but don't have the freedom for these design standards. And so that is why I'm moving cross Amendment 1. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Having looked at the proposed ordinance, I do like a lot of what I see there, and I respect the tremendous amount of work, months, years that go into crafting something this comprehensive. I mean, for those of you who don't have the binder, there's, I think, over 400 pages of documentation here, and it's very impressive, and I think it is very thoughtful. I'll tell you, Mr. Cross's amendment just arrived, in my lap just a few minutes ago. And I am guessing that it is probably something thoughtful, that if I had an opportunity to digest it and understand it, I would be supportive of. But just as a general principle, I am very wary of taking amendments, especially amendments that seem to have pretty significant impact to the ordinance, and taking them up and potentially incorporating them into something so sweeping here on the same night. I think we've seen in the past where sometimes people feel like they've not been afforded an opportunity to look at and consider the implications of some of these before this body considers adopting it. And that makes me worry, because again, this has been something that people have been working on for months and years, and there has been a great deal of public engagement to where when I look at AO 202350, I think folks have had ample opportunity to weigh in on that, and I would be supportive of it. But the amendment has not, people haven't had the same chance there. So again, while I think if I had time to read it, it's probably something I would feel good about it, I just haven't had that time. And so I understand there's a motion on the floor. I would rather postpone action on this item to give us a chance to fully consider the implications of Mr. Cross's amendment, give the public a chance to weigh in, and then take it up at a later date. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I do support this amendment, and I appreciate Mr. Cross's looking back to some of the public comments that were received, especially from an individual who suggested that it may not be in the best interest of the city long-term to limit these standards or this flexibility to some parts of the city. And I look even, the urban neighborhood development context area map that is in this amendment crossed out. But it really shows how I think there is some inequity there. There's some parts of the city that do already have some of those characteristics and would be able to have more of those, and other parts don't. But just as an example, in parts of Midtown, I know there's areas where it is already an urban area. We want to encourage housing, and we want to also encourage walkable housing so that we don't make and we don't perpetuate the issues that we have already in that part of town and many parts of town, including many areas of West Anchorage as well. So anyway, I do support this, and I do understand that it applies to broader areas, but I also know that there's been a long history of the planning department and planning staff thinking about the potential opposition that they will hear from community members and walking back something that they may have otherwise put forward as a best practice, as an immediate compromise before it even got to the public process. And so, again, I don't want to assume the motives of the planning staff, but I just know that's been a pattern that I've seen happen in my community council for many years. So for all those reasons, I do think it's important, and I think that we, again, want to make sure that as we continue to build our city and encourage new housing, that we're also encouraging and in some cases requiring where it needs to be required, building them to be a city, because housing lasts for a long time, and our built environment, as Mr. Volin said, also lasts for a long time. So it matters what we build. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cross, for the amendment. I think it's appropriate. In fact, I would say it doesn't quite go far enough. I think we should, if you look on page 3 of the amendment, where it calls out the zoning districts at number 3. What's not there is Eagle River, Chugiak, and Girdwood. And I really do think that these could move into those areas as well. So I'm not prepared to make an amendment because I don't know those zoning districts fast enough, but I think it's cleanup work to be done, because I think we do need to apply this to all areas of town so that everyone has equal opportunity for growth and development. I feel like we, as Ms. Brawley kind of said, play it safe. And what we need to do is ensure that if that's what the community needs and it's in line with land use planning, that we can do it. And so I appreciate this move, and I hope we can take the secondary move here in short order. Thank you.
Mr. Volin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to point out, sort of reiterate that the amendment that Member Cross is moving here is actually in direct response to public testimony. And this item, I feel bad. We have killed a lot of trees on this item. It's been in our packet multiple times now. And again, going back to what I was saying before, we have wrestled with this thing. We've had public hearing. We've delayed. It's been through Planning and Zoning Commission. So this is not a change that is completely unanticipated. This is something that has been part of that robust public process. And I think that there are times when the Assembly has to bring forward a change that, yes, is substantive, but it's not as though nobody got a chance to weigh in. And I say that as somebody who has been criticized for moving a past amendment with maybe not enough public process. Folks can debate that. I will say I feel strongly that this one has been through the ringer, and that it's okay that we listen to those suggestions from the public that say, hey, take this a little further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. And just to clarify as I'm reading through this, so it really doesn't apply everywhere. You're limiting it, I just moved my page, to R2M, R3, R4, R4A, B1A, B1B, B3, right? Okay.
May I respond? Yeah, all the identified zonings that are for high density already, which are under 2040 land use plan, potential urban areas.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I have a couple questions and a comment. Mr. Davis, could you come up? In your words, what does this amendment do? It's the green button, I think. You're on.
Yes, through the chair. This ordinance, this amendment, Amendment 1 appears to expand some of the stricter pedestrian-oriented urban development standards proposed in the ordinance to parts of the Bowl and a few parts of Chigak-Eagle River that in the ordinance are proposed to have urban development pedestrian-oriented standards, but less strict. So the stricter standards really tailored towards the Spenard, Fairview, South Additions, the transit corridors, and in the proposed ordinance, now it's expanding those to other parts of the Bowl, and I think the intent is to, for those other parts of the Bowl, a few parts of Chigak-Eagle River to benefit from those stronger standards in future development.
So can I ask a clarifying question? When you say stricter, what do you mean?
So the urban development standards that we're talking about include alley access requirements and the requirements for buildings to be more what we call pedestrian oriented, to be a little more facing the street with their active spaces, doors and windows visible from the street. You know, less of a big parking lot in front of the building and more of the building set closer to the pedestrian and the parking beside it. So it's more of a pedestrian-oriented environment.
So practically speaking, this is making more restrictions on development on lots outside of the core areas that have the urban, kind of current urban designation.
And on the flip side, there are some parts of South Addition and a few other of the urban neighborhoods that have zoning districts that aren't on this list. For example, the R2, I forget whether it's R2A or R2D, that zoning district is not on this list, the higher density districts, but it's a part of South Addition. It has alleys, and that neighborhood is very interested in, maintaining that pedestrian-friendly development. And if this amendment were to go forward, we would suggest adding to it or including a statement and also the areas of the Anchorage 2040 land use plan designated for traditional neighborhood design. And the reason for that is that captures for you in South Addition, Fairview, Rogers Park, and a few other neighborhoods that there are parts of those neighborhoods that aren't on this list of zoning districts, but they're very urban neighborhoods. And because of their design, we would suggest adding that to the list. Current Title 21 does that. What it does is it refers the users of the alley access requirement, a requirement to limit front driveways where a neighborhood has alley access. It refers users of the code to the Anchorage 2040 land use plan and say, this is where these urban neighborhoods are, because it shows that.
Right.
And that's a way of making sure that a neighborhood way down in South Anchorage that happens to have an alley, for whatever reason, was platted for a quarter of a block or what have you, that isn't requiring alley access of the few lots down there that are in a very suburban environment. Say with respect to Chigak-Eagle River, just a clarification that because these are generally applicable standards, that they actually do apply in Chigak-Eagle River. So if you have CEB3 or a CER2M district in Chigak-Eagle River, the standard would apply to those, just like they do in the bowl. Except that in the main part of the Chugiak Eagle River downtown, and several other parts of the Muni in Girdwood, downtown Anchorage, those areas already have very, relatively strict urban design controls, very pedestrian-oriented buildings. In downtown Eagle River, it's the overlay, downtown overlay district. They're actually more strict than what we're proposing here in some ways. Of course, downtown Anchorage has its standards, and then Girdwood has its standards. So, and there are some parts of the Muni that aren't being left behind by not being included in this. And then for the rest of the bowl, we have, the general development standards proposed in the ordinance that would be for parts of South Anchorage, R1, lower density.
Right. So, okay, there's a lot to consume there. There's a whole lot. But the gist is that this would export from certain urban areas a more strict building environment in outer parts of town so that they can have alley access and sidewalk improvements and frontage of properties that would require that the buildings are towards certain parts of the lot. It's very interesting. So thank you, Tom. Probably other people will have questions for you. I just have one comment. The memo that's used kind of as the basis for this argument, I kind of agree with the principles, but I don't agree with some of the facts that she asserts. That the thing that happens in South Addition shouldn't be only happen in South Addition because sidewalks exist there and they already have these benefits should accrue in other parts of town. For my part, I always look to Fairview. Fairview has no sidewalks. Fairview has been left behind, and these standards were developed, I believe, to help Fairview and other parts of the downtown achieve the promise of the parts of South Addition that had the benefit of this development many years ago. And so I do support it conceptually, but I don't know that I can wrap my mind yet around what this actually does. And so I look forward to the conversation. Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I guess a few observations, and I understand this would be relevant to the amendment because it would be applying the standards in the underlying ordinance to more areas. I think some of the issues that we have are we don't have sidewalks in a lot of places, and we don't have connected sidewalks. Some of those areas are quiet residential streets where, a sidewalk would be nice, but it's not as much of a safety issue. And there's other parts where, they become very busy or people start parking on the side of the road and all of a sudden it's very difficult to get through. And so a sidewalk would save that space basically for the pedestrian as opposed to being taken up by parked cars. Another issue we have, at least in my part of town, is an infinite number of driveways that creates no on-street parking spaces. So one of the issues that we have, and I know parking is an issue and it will continue to be, is if we allow driveways next to each other with no space between those driveways, or at least not a car length space, we are not creating public parking on our streets versus places that have curbs or have alley access or have narrower driveways or are just large lots where there are many car lengths between property lines. And so I think, so I hear the discussion about making it more strict, but on the flip side, the areas where we do have a lot of these urban things are some of the highest value homes in our city, like South Addition. Obviously, there's diversity of home value there, but it's still part of why those homes maintain their value is because of the urban context in which they're sitting and the amenities they have. And so I think it is fair to think about, again, as we continue to build our city, the reality is that we do require the private sector to put in a lot of things that we would consider public infrastructure, like sidewalks. Sidewalks are less expensive than building an entire road, but they do have a cost. But if we don't do those things at some point, then we are going to continue to have the inequities we have in our built environment. And then if we don't require them during development, then they won't be installed incrementally. And then we have to look retroactively and try to do a citywide or an area-wide sidewalk installation, or when we try to retrofit our infrastructure, it becomes very expensive as well. So I think that there's different ways to think about those costs, but I think the long-term goal is that we're setting the direction for the city and that we are wanting to continue to be a city and to develop in an urban way. So again, I see the issues with this, but I also do support, and I believe that it is better for the city overall and better for the residents in these areas to have these things built in this way.
Mr. Cross?
Yes, just one correction. As much as I wish it did apply to Girdwood and Eagle River, this amendment does not. This is because we have a Chugach Eagle River Advisory Board, and we have CE designations, and you have, was it G or GR for Girdwood? And so, and they have their respective processes to do that. It is my intention to carry this momentum, and I'm working on another ordinance that will extend this equally. But just understand this amendment right now just deals with those areas in Anchorage, and then I'm working on something simultaneous that, and of course, I'll have to find a co-sponsor from South to see if they want, how that affects Girdwood, but just for a clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Volland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I have Mr. Davis back up? Where did he go? You can't escape yet, Tom. I have a couple questions for you. Your point about South Addition, supporting this ordinance is a point well taken, and I'm wondering, because this starts in R2M, and that's a lot of South Addition is R2M, and there's parts of Bootlegger's Cove that are R3, but then there's also the parts around Westchester Lagoon and elsewhere that are R2D. Do you have an opinion on if we were to amend the amendment, and I know this puts you on the spot, to include R2D, what that would do, or do you feel like that would be consistent with an urban neighborhood context with your understanding of maybe the 2040 land use plan or other plans?
Yes, through the chair. I believe that in South Addition it would, I believe it is R2D. I forget. It's not R2A, is it? I forget. It's one of those two districts that part of South Addition is in the R2D, and it'd help provide full coverage for South Addition. The other alternative would be to look at, instead of adding one zone to, as much as we tried to get away from it, to refer the user to those areas in the 2040 land use plan map designated traditional neighborhood design. Because standing here, I'm not sure that R2D or A would cover the issue for other areas, such as along DeBar Road. There may also be an R2A or R2D issue, and several other areas. So along with some of these zones, even the R3 is out in South Anchorage and may not have developed at densities that we think of as R3 densities. R2D is also in different parts of town. I think there's some in Sand Lake. So there's different flavors of R2M and R2D around the bowl primarily. But certainly adding R2D can help, and maybe I'll get on my phone or something and make sure R2D does cover South Addition.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. I'm pretty sure Kevin's nodding yes.
I'm on my...
He's on it. So one question I have for you, I think, that's the balance, right? Is how do we make housing easier to build? But how do we also balance that with a priority of walkable neighborhoods and pedestrian amenities and the things that make our city a great place to live? And sometimes those things, I think there's an inherent tension there. I'm wondering if you could speak to, is there anything that you feel that this ordinance does to relax or consolidate standards? Because I think, we're working, a couple of other members are working on a triplex, fourplex ordinance, and you've been helpful with us. I think there's some overlap in what we're working on to try to make it easier to build small multifamily and what this ordinance does. So I would just be curious to hear your thoughts off the top of your head. Does this ordinance, in your opinion, do anything to relax or simplify standards? Let me think about this for a second. No, I know we're on the amendment, but what the amendment does is it extends it into other parts of Anchorage. So I want to know how that would impact those other parts. Thank you.
I think for the areas mentioned in the amendment, that as far as simplifying goes, it simplifies to a great degree many of these standards that are being aggregated in these the pedestrian frontage standards that are really affected by this amendment. They're really coming from different parts of the code.
Let me clarify my question, Tom. The reason I'm asking the question is because the amendment extends it into other parts of Anchorage. And so I'm considering what Member Constant is, his line of thinking is some of these are higher standards, right? Or you said more strict, I think was your verbiage. And so if I'm going to support the amendment, what I want to know is, are there things, in addition to stricter standards, does the underlying item, which I think is relevant to the amendment, because we're considering its impact on other parts of Anchorage, is there anything that the underlying item, this ordinance that you've been working on for years, does to relax or simplify design standards?
Yes. But in both this area and the suburban areas, that the standards, for example, well, I won't go into examples, but yes, the pedestrian frontage standards are being simplified throughout and made more consistent. I would say that in the urban, in response to your question, in the urban context areas, that in general, it does become more strict with respect to where parking lots are located in front of the building. Ticks up a bit the strict nature of the window requirements from what current code is. So in several ways, it does make certain standards more strict. I would say it makes the alley access requirements more flexible in the sense that multifamily developments will now have the same entitlement to a small driveway in front as a single and two family, and the driveway width itself is becoming a little more reasonable from 10 to 12 feet. So in that sense, it's becoming both simpler and more relaxed. I would say for the pedestrian standards, the urban context standards are they're a bit more strict, I would say. And it's not like it's adding cost in the sense of somebody's requiring, new design features or something. It's really more strict in the sense that it's asking the developer to think more about the pedestrian when they're designing their development. So it's asking them to think about where that garage is being placed, where the parking is being placed. And that's not necessarily increasing the amount of pavement or costs or materials. It's just a different way to design.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. And I'm going to put you in a really difficult spot. Right? Sorry to do this, but we have two different opinions that have been expressed. One is that this amendment doesn't affect Chugach, Eagle River, or South Anchorage, and one that you said that it does because it's a generally applicable principle. So can you speak a little bit to that, because you're on the team that has to actually implement this? I would like to have your perspective on that difference of opinion. And not to put you in conflict with Mr. Cross, this is a very respectful question.
Well, it's complicated too. The way Title 21 works is that when you have a generally applicable development standard, which is a lot of the stuff we're working in here, in the development standards chapter of the code, and it applies in a certain zoning district, and the zoning district is named. My understanding is that The development standard that applies in the B3 or the R2M, that generally applicable standard, carries over automatically to the CE B3 and the CE R2M, Chugach Eagle River, unless there's something in the chapter 10, Chugach Eagle River, that overrides that. So, and it does. It has a section in Chugach Eagle River where it says, well, this development standard doesn't apply, and something else applies. And that happens. And so as a general principle, these would apply. However, most of the B3 in Chugach Eagle River is lying underneath an overlay zone designed, tailored for downtown Eagle River. And so I believe that overlay zone requires more windows. It has, I believe it even, well, it has other standards. And those would apply and would probably, in some ways, because they're more strict, we could say, okay, we're requiring a certain amount of windows, but maybe in Chugach Eagle River, it's already a higher standard. One challenge, well, and the ordinance has exempted development in the downtown overlay of Chugach Eagle River. So the window requirement from this ordinance doesn't even kick in that overlay zone, because that overlay zone already takes care of itself. They've got, strong standards in downtown Eagle River. B3, other B3 in Chugach Eagle River, yes, CE B3, I believe this is the Walmart. They're on Eagle River Road. I believe that's B3. So this ordinance would affect that property if it were to redevelop.
All right, there's a bunch of people still in the queue. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, again, sorry? It is on the amendment, yeah. And just to speak to the point, Beth, that this amendment is new information for us. And again, I do not feel informed enough to speak on whether or not it is something I could be supportive of, but I simply do not believe that it is something we need to take action on tonight. I mean, I'm just taking a few minutes just to flip through some of the 400 pages I have here and looking at specifically the urban neighborhood development context area that we're essentially talking about abolishing. I have to believe that the group, the Planning and Zoning Commission, when they came up with this, that there was probably a reason why they drew it the way they did. And I can find just a few things that seem to speak to that, but they mention municipalities' zoning map does not account for urban neighborhood context. It's just one line I find. The proposed urban context map provides a rational nexus of areas appropriate for acquiring an urban level of pedestrian design standards. And there's more in here, and this is just what I've been able to find here in the few minutes we've been talking about this. But my point is, I think there's probably a reason why they did what they did, and I would like to afford them at least the opportunity to make the case that this is the better basis for the areas to be affected by the ordinance than going so broad as to say it applies to all these zoning areas. Again, I don't know if these arguments would be compelling to me, but I would at least like to have the opportunity to have that conversation before we make such a sweeping change. We talk about the importance of this body between trying to move with a sense of urgency and get business done, but also wanting to make sure that we follow the right process so that we have high confidence in ultimately what we do pass and create as a matter of code. So I would just like to say to the amendment, I am just not in a position to be supportive of it tonight, and I would be receptive to an opportunity to have a conversation about it that was more inclusive and participative and really let us to dig into it and figure out if it is in fact in our best interest.
So I don't see anyone else in the queue on the amendment. Members may proceed to, oh wait, Mr. Cloyce, you were there and then you took yourself out. Good. On the amendment.
Mr. Tyrell, did you wish to vote?
No, thank you.
On a vote of 9-3, that amendment passes.
Let me move amendment number 2.
Second.
Amendment number 2 has been moved by Mr. Cross and seconded by Ms. Zaltel. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Yes, amendment number 2 is just adding a whereas paragraph that's intended to include, that explains cross amendment number 1. And whereas this ordinance is amended as to align with the intention of the guidance of the 2040 plan to create more urban areas and extend the benefit of those districts identified through zoning as potential urban areas. Thank you.
Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Tyrell, did you wish to vote?
No, thank you.
On a vote of 11-1, the amendment has passed. Next, the main motion is before us.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just want to appreciate in this moment that the body has just amended this to create more strict development standards across the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, that's not quite what I heard. What I heard was it provides some flexibility and some consolidation of standards, and that in other areas it provides standards that we've actually said are important for development, like front-facing, street-facing, and it seems to be very consistent with our multimodal transportation goals. So I feel like this is very much in line with previous actions the body has taken. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I support this motion, specifically as amended, primarily because it's really, so this is our land use code, this big fat book that's really small print here. This is all the rules. This isn't even building code. This is just what you can do on your property. And then the way we solve this typically is we say, you know what, this is really complicated, so what we need to do is we need to put more layers of bureaucracy on it and do another carve-out zone, another carve-out zone. And so the way to solve lots of bureaucracy and lots of is not to just basically do carve-outs and create another layer of rules on top of it because it's so complicated. So I love that this seems to streamline the process. It creates opportunities, simplifies things. Yes, in small areas it does make things more complicated, but the overall gist of this I feel is a positive move in the right direction. Thank you.
Ms. Bradley.
In terms of strict development rules, it makes me think, so the origin of this ordinance was all the way back last year, and as has been stated before, there was work on it even before it came to the Assembly. And the other part of that was changing parking standards. And the change that was proposed in the original ordinance was a similar kind of concept. There was I don't remember exactly how it worked, but it would essentially apply moderate changes to some parts of the city. And then, you know, and even in the face of community, not opposition to that idea, but community input saying we should go further. We should look at this, doing it citywide. We should be more bold. And then I also observe that the reason we have a lot of what we have is either rules that we had in place already, or a lack of rules, and then it was not built to, you know, a standard, or not built with the community in mind, not built with walkability in mind. And basically the reason why so much of our city is parking lots is because we required people to build parking lots by law. So we get what we ask for, really. And so the parking ordinance that was done last year, or the change, you know, was to say we don't need to keep building more parking lots. We need to leave that up to the individual building owner, the situation, and then if they are built, that they do need to include ADA accessible spaces, which I think calls back to our early part of the meeting, recognizing that we need to make space for folks with disabilities in our community. So I think to characterize this as more strict development is one opinion. I think others have given their opinions, but I think also, requiring people to build hundreds and thousands of parking spaces in our city is also a strict requirement that we got rid of. So there are different ways to look at things, and I think that we are, again, moving in the right direction with this ordinance, and I look forward to voting for it.
Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the connection that Ms. Brawley just made, and I think it's really important because I think what we're seeing as a result of breaking apart this, it was sort of a mega ordinance that also talked about parking reductions, and there was like a trade-off table that you could further reduce your parking lot, and this math you could do. By addressing that separately from sort of the walkable neighborhood piece that we have here, I think we are actually more broadly moving in the direction of Anchorage should be a city designed around people, not just designed around cars. And I actually think that these things are very consistent. And I know it's annoying when I read things sometimes, but I do want to read, because I think it pertains to this, one of my favorite excerpts from the 2040 Land Use Plan. And it comes from Goal 7, which is about compatible land use. Goal 7 says, infill development is compatible with the valued characteristics of surrounding properties and neighborhoods. Anchorage residents cherish their neighborhoods and wish to see what they love about them preserved. However, infill development and redevelopment within already built-up areas has become a greater share of total development activity. There are concerns about neighborhood character being harmed through the construction of different or larger scale projects. While many people welcome more diverse housing options, current residents of the neighborhood often see new or different housing as being incompatible with their neighborhood's scale, character, and livability. And the next sentence for me is the clincher. The form and scale that new developments take, more than its density, is increasingly a primary concern. And I think that's so important because as I'm, wanting to support our goals for more housing in Anchorage and particularly small and medium-scale multifamily, I think that we need to prioritize infrastructure investments. And I actually think that infrastructure investments should follow density, where it can serve more people. And so when it comes to neighborhoods, when we're looking at other zoning issues and things that are before us and folks feel like bombs are being dropped, or, if we're just making more incremental changes, I would say just be mindful that we have to have infrastructure that serves people who walk, people who roll in their wheelchair, people who want to ride their bike, and we need to serve those neighborhoods too with good infrastructure where there's a lot of density, and there may be more lower income folks who don't have access to a car, or people of color, other demographics. And so how can we serve those neighborhoods? And I don't want to support more housing at the cost of infrastructure that serves Anchorage residents. Thank you.
So I'm just going to put myself one more time.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I love the idea of extending the urban design framework all across the municipality. I support this. I just think that we're getting very, cavalier about how we approach major changes. And there's not a lot of respect for the public process when a major change happens at the last minute on a substantial ordinance that did have years, a year and a half plus, Tom Davis, of work in the community and getting this out there. I thank you for your hard work. So as a principle, I support the whole thing. As a process, I think it's flawed, and I think we're running headlong deeper into that flaw because the votes are there, and we won't be there to clean up the messes we're creating. That'll be an assembly in the future who has to go, what the hell were they thinking when they did this? And the answer was, well, they really weren't thinking, they just believed. And so, but I do support the ordinance, so thank you. Seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Tyrell, do you wish to vote?
No, thank you.
On a vote of 12 to 0, that AO 2023-50 as amended has passed the body. Next on the agenda, we have item 11C, AO 2023-70S, an ordinance, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly waiving or modifying certain provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 16.125, Title 21, and Title 23, to define and establish allowed camps in the municipality of Anchorage on a temporary basis, provide site requirements and restrictions, operational standards.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So there's a long package here. We have AM 491 2023, AM 131 2023, AM 132 2023. We have the public hearing that was closed 6/2023. Mr. Martinez moved to approve, seconded by Mr. Cross. Action was postponed from 6/2023. There is a motion to approve on the floor. We also have an S1 version. We also have AIM 139-2023. We also have an S2 version, and we have AIM 551-2023 and AM 551-2023 and AIM 141-2023. Before you, Mr. Martinez, I'm going to let Ms. Zalatel in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've previously discussed that the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, of which I am the executive director, did not participate in the allowed camp task force, workforce, whatever it was at the time. However, I did want to make some additional disclosures because I'm uncertain of kind of the coalition's intersection with this. Of particular concern is that the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness holds the primary outreach coordination grant for the municipality, and it is unclear if the intention is for those outreach services to service allowed camps, if a camp's allowed. It's not under the current grant agreement. However, if that is the intention to extend that, of course, that would be subject to negotiation, but that would definitely put me in a very different posture with regard to this. And then the second piece of the disclosure is previously the coalition has weighed in both on the amount of time it may take to stand up an allowed camp and then the best practices around sanctioned or allowed camps pursuant to the USICH guidelines, the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. So with that, I leave it to you to determine whether or not there is a conflict present on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. For my part, I don't believe that the coalition is contracted to do any activity in a sanctioned camp or whatever we're calling it now, a allowed camp. And until such time as that discussion has occurred, I don't believe that there is a conflict that exists. So I am going to rule at this time there is no conflict.
I'd like a vote of the body.
So Ms. Zalatel objects to the ruling of the chair. So the question is, do the members, I should restate that. I'm not saying she objects to it, but that's the framing of the question. I think she's asking for advice. And so I don't want to lay on her that she's asking you to do one thing or the other. I think she's asking the body for its wisdom. And so, but the form we have is to override the ruling of the chair. And so the question before you is, do you override the ruling of the chair? Members may proceed to vote. The question, Ms. Zalatel is recused from that. So the question is, do you overrule the ruling of the chair? So a yes vote overrides and no vote sustains the ruling of the chair. On a vote of 1 to 10, The ruling of the chair stands. Now, we have before us the item. Mr. Martinez, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My co-sponsors and I intend to move an S2 version, so the question, Mr. Chair, is now the appropriate time to do that?
Just 1 minute, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gates, normally this is the first confounding question that I would turn to the former clerk and get an answer to. We don't exactly know the motion appropriate to add a new main motion, which would be the S2 version. Is it a motion to amend? Is it ask the movers to rescind their motion, their previous motion, and then move this, the S2? What's the proper procedure?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I believe the right process would be for the mover to ask to withdraw their motion with the consent of the second from the previous motion that was, I guess, moving approval of the S version, I believe.
Thank you. That works. So,
and then make a new main motion.
Thank you. Would the movers of the previous motion, the mover and seconder, that's Mr. Martinez and Mr. Cross, accept the rescission of that motion?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So now, give me 1 second. Are you ready? All right, Mr. Martinez, motion to approve?
Motion to approve the S2 version.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Martinez, seconded by Mr. Cross. So folks might want to find their S2 version. There we go. All right, so Mr. Martinez, you want to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The S2 version is an updated version to the S version that was originally introduced and motioned on, which in this S2 version incorporates two floor amendments that Member Brawley introduced last time that we brought through the work session. We also included feedback from the work session and for this S2 version. And I do want to be clear, this ordinance doesn't call for an action. It does, in fact, creates guidelines, a criteria for site selection, site setup, and operations to empower the administration with the tools to address the needs. So this doesn't, our ordinance really creates a framework, and again, we incorporated some really thoughtful and valuable insights and comments from other members and folks during our work session. I encourage folks to vote in the affirmative on this action so that we can have a set of guidelines, a framework that we can trust in the public eye with respect to establishing this temporary use for helping vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have a question for the sponsors and then a comment after that. And I'm fairly certain of the answer to the question. So to one of the sponsors, this S2 version of the ordinance, does it maintain, as in the S version, or the original version of the ordinance, I should say, and I believe also in the S version of the ordinance, the idea, when you're talking about a framework of an application or other kinds of processes that currently do not exist?
Anybody? You want to restate the question, Mr. Vera? I think that they might want to hear it again.
Sure, thank you. So to restate my question, does the S2 version keep in place the idea of some type of application process which currently does not exist in the health department?
Point of order, what's the best way to answer this? I mean, should we get in the queue to speak to it, or can one of us just simply provide a yes or no answer to George?
Are you prepared to provide the answer?
I think so.
Then you have the floor.
Certainly, one of my other co-sponsors, correct me if I get this wrong, but yes, it does preserve the application process.
Great, yeah, thanks. That's what I thought. So if we're actually going to get a pilot site up and running, and this ordinance, I think really all versions of this ordinance really envision trying to get some type of pilot site up and running this summer, and I'm actively working to try and make that happen. I think the only version of this ordinance that will allow that to realistically happen is the S1 version, which is specifically tailored for a pilot site, does not put in any type of application or permit process into code. That process, from my discussions of talking with the health department and talking with the administration, of creating some type of application process, that's a 3 to 4 month process just to create an application and review process as envisioned in the other versions of this ordinance. The S1 version is the quickest and the easiest way to get a pilot site up and running. I have serious doubts and concerns that if we pass this S2 version, which I really appreciate the work of my colleagues to do that we will actually be able to get a pilot site up and running this summer. The ordinance that we have before us now, the S2 version, I think is something that we should look at in the future. I think at some point, we're going to want to really come back to this idea of a permitting or application process and enshrining this in code and creating that framework. But right now, what we're talking about is a pilot. And I worry that if we go through the process to put too much of a framework for a pilot, that it's just going to de facto kill the idea. And that's just not me talking. That is people that I am actively working with who are telling me, Felix, if you actually want this to happen, you really need to cut the red tape if you want it to happen this summer. And so this S1 version, I think, really does that, makes it much easier to stand something up, and that is the version that I will be supporting tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't support this or any of the versions. Quite frankly, what a waste of time. What a waste of resources. What a waste. Frankly, if you want to work on homelessness, focus on housing. The irony that there was basically a de facto sanctioned, allowed camp at the Federal Archive site next to Cuddy Park that had to be abated for a music festival that can now go back again. I feel like we are on a hamster wheel of waste. We are wasting time, we are wasting resources. And I don't know why we keep doing this. There was no prohibition in code or by the municipality. In fact, the administration willingly supported by putting in porta potties and dumpsters places where people were. That's a great improvement. That's safe. People have self-selected. We're not fencing them in. Services are being provided. And so I don't know what we're doing. And I'm so frustrated because we've been having the same conversations for months, frankly, years about this. And just because you allow it, or if you build it, I guess, doesn't mean people will go. You know, I mean, to the extent we want to be focused, we should be laser focused on a solution. This S2 version in particular, that where a shelter could be, that we would waive the conditional use process because it's a temporary permitted thing, that there's not a lot of checks and balances in this other than an application. And frankly, as I've watched how shelter licensing rolled out, I am not confident in the health department to administer this. So I think this is a waste of time. I think we should be laser-like focused and support the people and use the resources we have right now to support the people where they're at. It's July, and October will be here before we know it. So to shuffle people around for the sake of shuffling them around so that we feel like we've done something so we feel better, and that's not meant to be personal. I understand that impetus and want to help, but if we don't stay focused on the solution, we are just chasing after something that's just not going to happen, be implementable, and produce the outcomes that we hope are produced. Thanks.
I'm going to skip around in the queue a little bit. Mr. Terrell.
Yeah, I would have to disagree. I think that this is not a perfect step, but it is a step in the right direction, and we have to do something. We don't currently have a low barrier shelter, and we need something. I would suggest supporting this ordinance.
Thank you. Ms. Bronga.
I also support this. I feel like it is not great, that we can do much better for our homeless individuals. But at this point, it is untenable what's going on in our city parks. And if we are to designate some areas, that doesn't mean we're going to go abate 3rd Avenue. It doesn't mean we're going to pull anyone out of the Cuddy Center. But we find some areas that are unforested, open, that we create some structure and try to get a handle on what's going on in our city. I think it's very important.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we first introduced this, I mentioned publicly that I thought this was late. I asked the administration, when was the first time they mentioned sanctioned camps? And I asked that at a task force, I asked at a work session, and I believe may have asked it here on the dais. So I appreciate the frustration that this is late and that this is out of some degree of a sequence, but the reality is I don't feel like I'm ambulance chasing. I think that this creates a framework that should have been debated months ago, and I think that the point about this may be out of sequence to being able to be operational is a valid thing for those implementers and those folks who have to execute. But from my vantage point, to talk about things and not have definitions in code is really my impetus to be able to make sure that we do have this. So I do agree that this is late, but I think it's timely with respect to having the conversation and creating a framework for dignity, as I describe it, because I believe dignity is by design. I do want to speak to the S1 version, as it's called. We are not, in this ordinance, declaring where a site should be, where a pilot program should be. We are, in fact, creating the guidelines, a rubric, a framework for that discussion, for that deliberation, and for that potential implementation. Whether the administration takes the tools or not is really a different question that we're not contemplating. We're providing the framework here. But to speak to that point about the S1 version, it is, in my mind, a standalone action, a standalone item. I think it's a valid item to debate on its own whether or not one site would be identified and then how to go about that. I don't think that this is the action to piggyback that off. I think this is a standalone item that should be debated, it should be deliberated, and then also if we're going to have a pilot program that should also be debated and deliberated. If the argument is that this is late for moving with urgency on an item that is declaring one site, well, then I would encourage that is also late. That we probably should have had the declaration of a site or the changes to the code to allow certain things that this ordinance calls for. And I do want to highlight also that this is a temporary solution. This ordinance expires and provides the city with some tools that are actionable today, with the idea that we would understand it better, review it over the winter, and have a better set of code potentially for next year, a little more structured, a little more durable. So this action that we are taking creates a framework, does not last forever, and can be actionable today to provide the tools for the administration. We don't call for action from the administration. We provide the tools for that action. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's interesting. I think the timing is off with the S2 version, as with the original version, and I think that for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think we've heard tonight that the member who has been spearheading the allowed camp task force and been doing the lion's share of the work interfacing with the administration, which includes the health department, he stated on the record tonight that he's been told that this application process for the health department to create that and administer it, it actually makes it the case that it is not actionable today. So what this does, if you're saying, okay, well, we should have done this in February, just realize this pushes the timeline out even further to do what I think should be a pilot. I think there are many lessons to be learned. If we're going to have this as a piece of the puzzle with housing, other forms of shelter, outreach, of homeless, do you want the floor? It's really distracting, I'm sorry. If we're going to have this as a piece of the puzzle of homelessness response, I want us to learn those valuable lessons. I want to learn, is a cot better than a cottage? I want to learn, what does it look like to actually have a homelessness response that is not just letting people camp in the woods, but to implement all the things that actually all of these versions of this ordinance encourage. And how can we do it in a really good way? And it could be the case that we say, hey, we want to keep this going in the future, which I think maybe that's where an S2 broader version would come in. Or it could be the case that we try this thing in Midtown and we say, you know what, we don't want to replicate this. We'd rather prioritize in housing. I just think we have a lot to learn, and I appreciate the narrower scope of the S1 version. In terms of whether we're wasting our time, I think a lot of time has been wasted when I look at 3rd and Ingra and the response. I think a lot of time was wasted last summer with Centennial Campground. I think a lot of time is wasted, and folks could make an argument that it's better to have self-selection, but I think a lot of time is wasted when we don't put adequate resources into where people are camping. And I'm glad that the administration now has gone to 3rd and Ingra and put porta potties in there and gone and done some sanitation. I'm glad that outreach teams are going there now and providing some services. But I think that's what we should plan for on the front end, and this is a way to maybe model that. It's interesting, and I want to comment on this because there was some messaging, I think, put out by the administration that caused some confusion about 3rd and Ingra, where folks thought that it was going to be abated, when really what they were doing is going in there and trying to establish some sense of order and cleanliness and meet some people's needs. And so it's like, why is it a bad idea to do that formally from the jump? So anyway, My personal feeling on this is that if we're going to do this, I want to support the S1 version. Thank you.
Mr. Salt. Oh, wait, I did it again. Mr. Cross first, then Mr. Salt.
Thank you. Yeah, if it has to move forward with the S1 version, I'm fine with that. You know, when we went out on this, it was to create some sort of standard to say what are the minimum criteria that would go into an allowed camp so that people are treated with dignity. And that's why it got stripped down to just, potable water, hand washing stations. You can't even build a shed in this house without there being some sort of building code required to it, right? If it's over 200 square feet, you need a permit and stuff. We didn't have anything regarding sanctioned camps, which are housing people. Listen, if I can't erect a shed in the back of my house without the municipality wondering what I'm big and how big it is and what's going on, then how are we allowing these camps to go up and operated without any kind of standard and going, I guess we'll just figure it out, when these are literally housing people? So the intention here was just to come out with a minimum standard so that we have something we can say, how do we treat these people with dignity? And how do we make sure they don't run up into the same situation they ran into? And what did we learn from Centennial Camp, that unfortunately, Centennial Park, that happened as a rapid response to closing the Sullivan Arena? And I understand the exhaustion of feeling like we wasted lots of time. And I think if you ask the people in the audience, it'd be like, yeah, you wasted lots of resources. Didn't you just approve $5,000 a month on a sprung structure? And don't you have a bunch of stuff sitting in a warehouse somewhere and a bunch of stuff? And so we get judged on all that. And it's very frustrating, I understand. But speaking of this ordinance, the intention was just to make sure that we had something in code that said that when these people, if they go into a allowed camp, are treated with dignity, and that there's some sort of standard that our neighborhoods can get behind and say, okay, well then that's what I'm looking to, that's what I guess is going up. And that was the intention. And so if it's the S1 or the S2, I support both of those. So thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have to start somewhere, and if this starts and allows us to be ready for next spring, then great. You got to make the right things easy. So the complaints we get, needles, hypodermics, defecating, leaning against buildings and defecating against buildings. What do? You provide dumpsters. You provide restrooms. You provide the tools to make the right things easy, and then you can help coach people and enforce them to get there. And I do think this is, it's a learning process. I've seen some of the pallet shelter communities, and quite frankly, what I saw, I would live next to and I would live in. It is not a solution. That was probably the one takeaway I took from it is they're very proud that they had passed a resolution to allow people to live there for over a year. That's the wrong answer. It's not getting the housing. If you look at a couple cities in Texas, Austin, Houston, how are they solving the problem? They're getting to affordable housing. We're not there yet. We need to, I think, establish something like this as a quick, immediate reaction. It's not going to help us long term. It's going to help stop some of the issues we're seeing in the city. But again, as Ms. Zalatel said, long term, we need to get this established and focus on housing and how to get people in housing, how to get the mental health counseling out there, how to get the drug counseling out there, how to enforce our laws. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think Anna hasn't spoken yet. Ms. Brawley, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question for the sponsors, so I'm reading through the S2 version, and I think I'm misunderstanding, so this may be a question for the sponsors, or maybe a question for council. I see that there's no changes to current code, and then I see the cross-out references to, for example, a new section of Chapter 16, so 16-125, to adding 200 and beyond. But then so I guess that what I'm confused about is I'm seeing that those aren't codified, but then it references those code, and those sections of code don't exist, so they seem to be adding. So I think this is mostly a drafting question, but I just want to understand what's going on with the S2 and whether does it put these things in code even though it expires, or is it sitting outside of Chapter 16, 125?
Mr. Chair, I confused the question.
Mr. Gaines.
Could I ask Ms. Brawley, the page and line number you're looking at for the cross-reference to sections of Charter 16? I don't want to guess, but are you referring to page 6 at the top? There's references to subsections 16, 125, 40A, 1, 2, and et cetera, et cetera.
So one place I'm looking is, for example, on the S2 version, page 5, line 29, it has the, what looks like a new section of code crossed out, but then it says the purpose of 16, 125, 200 to 250. So I think this is mostly me reading it, but I'm just trying to understand what's going on.
So, Mr. Gates, I think Mr. Cross may have an answer.
Through the chair, if you go to your documents, the third from the bottom is an AO 2023-70S2 2 a.m. sanctioned camps final doc. And if you'll look on page, what are we at? Page, I think it's the second page, line 29, it says, the S2 version continues with the approach of the S to not amend code, except for Title 23 changes for the building code permit exemption and relocatable buildings. It presents a streamlined process that is temporary and to allow camps until the winter season is upon us. So I hope that's answering your question.
Yeah, I think then my question is just what are the references to 16, 125, 200 and beyond if this isn't in code? I think this is a drafting question, really. I don't understand what's going on.
If I may, Ms. Briley's correct. That's something I overlooked. I have to say, as the drafter, that this moved very quickly from 4 different versions of this ordinance, and so I think this little error Ms. Briley pointed out is a result of quick drafting, quick turnaround, and trying to get this out there. It's a moving target, basically. So this line you pointed to, I actually had changed it, but after the fact, so it didn't make it here for distribution and publication. It should say the purposes of this section of the ordinance, section 1 of the ordinance. And you're correct, there is no section 16, 125, 200 to 250 in code. I think that's the only place, though, it refers to non-existent code sections, and that could be amended as I just sort of described. Other references to code throughout here should be references to current existing code sections.
Okay, thank you. And that did seem to be the case. I just saw a few of those numbers, and I remember a prior version did have new code drafted, so I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't reading it wrong. Thank you.
So, Mr. Gates, rather than an amendment, can we just instruct the clerk through the revisor that that's an error to be removed as a Scrivener's error, or do you believe we have to have an amendment?
Yes, I would suggest a motion to amend page 5, line 29, to delete section 16, the words sections 16, 125, 200 to 250, and insert the words, the purpose of section 1 of this ordinance.
So moved.
So it's going to take us a minute to get that. Dean, is it possible you could email that to the clerk quickly?
Yes, I certainly will.
Thank you. So we can proceed with the conversation and come back to that item. So,
second.
But we don't have the amendment yet. Let's wait till we have it in writing. So, Ms. Brawley, were you done? Yeah. Thank you. We will come back to that amendment. So now I have Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. First off, just to speak to Member Zalatel's concerns, I mean, I do agree that our focus should be housing, right? But the reality is we're not going to have enough housing to meet the need, certainly not this summer, and probably not next summer. And so the question is, what can we do, in the interim? And I would say that while this may be an imperfect solution, I stand firmly in my belief that it is better than what we see today. And so I think that this, even if it's not, the end result is a positive step. I mean, it's a little funny to be drafting an ordinance such as this and imagining that I cannot wait till the day comes when this is no longer relevant at all and we can simply forget about it. But I think that is a ways off. To speak to Mr. Rivera's concerns about the timing of it, I understand we certainly want to see something happen this summer. So yes, there is a requirement for permitting, but we tried to come up with an expedited and streamlined process to where we were hopeful and remain hopeful that is something that could be completed in time to get the pilot program up and running this summer. And I'll just say, to kind of speak to the history, when we were drafting this, there was I would say, a leaner, simpler version when we first kind of started working on this. And the initial reaction from the administration was like, whoa, wait, what the hell? There are not sufficient guardrails on this to where we would consider moving forward on this. So we had a lot of conversations, I think good conversations, with the health department and the planning department to say, what do you need to see in here to get to the point where you could be supportive of it? And so a lot of what you see in the S2 is reflective of their concerns. And so my question would be, and I pose it rhetorically, although if somebody in the administration wants to answer it, they're welcome to, but I'm not going to try and put you guys on the spot, is, we can say that we worked hand in hand with the administration to trying to come up with the S2 because, as Mr. Martinez pointed out, it's ultimately up to the administration whether or not to actually try and implement this. So we feel fairly confident that the S2, since we work closely with the health department and planning department in drafting it, should be workable. Now, the S1 is much simpler and does away with some of the permitting requirements. And so were that version to be passed today, my question would be, is it something the administration would consider sufficient in terms of the guardrails they would need to see in place to actually go forward with implementation? So again, I think we need to take action on this tonight because if we delay it any further, it essentially becomes irrelevant just because of how late it gets in the year. But barring a response that the S1 does feel like it is something the administration is comfortable taking action on or would even consider preferable to the S2, unless we can make a statement to that effect, I would strongly urge my colleagues to support the S2.
Mr. Gates, did you want to go in the queue, or do you want to go, you put yourself in the queue?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I asked to be in the queue just to make 2 points of clarification from what I've heard in the discussion so far. One was that there would be an application forms that the Anchorage Health Department needed to create and so forth. That was the actual situation with the original ordinance. We changed that after having meetings with the planning department and health department directors and the sponsors. And so the S2, and I think the S and S2 version, have an application going to the planning department along with the operations plan, which would just be forwarded to the health department director. The planning department director said that they would be easily able to implement an application process very quickly next week because they're used to doing this sort of thing all the time. And another second point of clarification I wanted to make was about an application process. It's true the S1 has no application process. It designates one site. The S2 version has an application process. It was drafted and intended to be very abbreviated and fast-tracked application process. So the 10-day public comment period, it's not a public hearing. It just prevents a decision from being made within 10 days after notice. And the notice of an application is not as extensive as the required notice for usual Title 21 conditional use applications. So I just wanted to point out those 2 distinctions and clarifications from what was described so far.
Sure, I guess we can take on the amendment now. The clerk has the language. Would you pop the language up there quick? I think we had Mr. Cross.
Yeah, so move to amend page 5, line 29, and the purpose of section 1 of this ordinance, and remove section 16.125.200-250. Remove that referring to section 16.125.
And I think Mr. Vollen was seconding. Is that true?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. The system appears to be a little fidgety right now. All right, anyone wish to speak to the amendment clarifying the removal of code sections no longer germane? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. That amendment.
Mr. Tyrell, did you want to vote?
Yes, I would like to vote in favor.
That amendment passes 12-0 with the youth member voting yes. Back on the main motion, we still have a number of people in the queue. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So broadly speaking, I think there is room in our system for a variety of solutions, whether they're interim solutions, permanent solutions, otherwise. I think there's room for us to expand our thinking. Whenever I talk to folks about homelessness, I always mention that housing is the solution to homelessness. But I'm also fairly blunt and honest with them. We are so underinvested in our community that it is going to take years for us to make those proper investments as a community. That's my thinking. Unless someone can convince the state to really make those investments, or the feds to make those investments in a quick order, really is going to take us time. There needs to be room for, I think, some type of alternative thinking that keeps housing first as a principle, but makes space for other solutions, temporary or not, that improves the material conditions of those currently living in unsheltered chaos. And I think that was really one of the biggest impetuses behind the creation of the entire Sanctioned Camp Community Task Force, now called Allowed Camp Community Task Force, was that we needed to do better. Even if it was incrementally better, we needed to do better. And I simply can't accept the unsheltered chaos that's on our streets. I can't. A lot of my neighbors can't. They want us to do something different. I also can't accept the creation of a framework without really testing a pilot, because I'm not sure that this is what we should be doing 100%, but damn it, we need to try something. And the homelessness prevention response system has room in it for that something. So, to end, I'll be voting no on this S2 version, and we'll be moving forward the S1 version, hopefully. I hope we can do that quickly and efficiently. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rivera, for those comments. I think you've really brought the situation, the crux of the situation before us. I agree with you. There is room within the homeless prevention response system to innovate and try new things. I want us to be mindful, and why I was, and still am, opposed, but was so strong in my reaction, is every dollar you spend on interim solutions is a dollar you're not spending on the solution. And that's important. There are finite dollars. Particularly when you are talking about anything short of housing, it is local dollars. There's no federal money coming to save us. There's no state money coming to save us. And that is scary, frankly. There is a finite amount of money. And this assembly, over the last 3 years, has invested heavily local dollars, both in housing and in things that it's never invested in before. And it's been very responsive to trying different things to solve homelessness. All that said, there's a couple of things I heard during the debate. One, camps are not a form of shelter or housing. I think it's a slippery slope. A sanctioned camp and allowed camp, the legal posture of that is you still can't abate. It's the Ninth Circuit's really clear on this now. They've reaffirmed their position. And so what if people don't want to go? What if it does nothing? Because I suspect if the S1 were to pass and an allowed camp was stood up at Cuddy Park, it would look like it looked before it was abated. We were trying it, frankly, and it was working, but it didn't require an ordinance in order to do the right thing. An ordinance is not required for the tools of dignity like porta potties and dumpsters to be provided. We don't require we don't need an ordinance for that. We need humanity and compassion and will, quite frankly. And the administration and the assembly were making that happen. And I think that's where I'm concerned. We're headed down a slippery slope of trying to do something because we feel compelled to do something, but the dollars we spend then are the dollars we don't spend on the solution. And I think that is something that needs to stay front of mind. Through Mr. Constant's leadership and the leadership of this body, there's significant federal efforts to try to reform the amount of money we get toward housing. So anything we do that diverts from that message, that putting that forward, I think can undercut those efforts. Right now, Anchorage is recognized as a national leader in public-private partnerships and hotel conversions for housing. That's amazing. So I ask you to think about that and be forward-thinking. It is so easy to get caught up in the immediate feeling of crisis or chaos. And remember, before COVID, there was no summer shelter, never had been, other than whatever capacity Brother Francis had. There was no street outreach at that time. We have innovated, we have moved forward. We just haven't given it any time to do its thing, quite frankly. And we're stuck in the terrible position of being a community that has had a housing crisis ongoing and a housing shortage for many, many years. And frankly, we're stepping up to try to do something about it as a body and as a city. And so it is on our mind and it is right before us. But again, if we divert from the solution, every dollar spent diverted from the solution is a dollar we're not spending on housing. It just prolongs it further and further along. Thank you.
I have Mr. Presverdia in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to speak. I think most of what I had to say has already been said, but I'll just, I appreciate Mr. Rivera and Ms. Zolotel's statements. I think that those of us who have been involved in this for a long time and have seen this long arc, sometimes these things can be frustrating because they seem reactive and short term. But I think everyone has said what I wanted to say with a couple of exceptions. The other piece about this work is who leads it. And, you know, many years ago, we and a lot of other cities came to the conclusion that a city should not be leading this effort, that the providers and the experts and the people who are heavily invested should be leading, and we as a city should be supporting. And these partnerships that we've built, these public-private partnerships, are so incredibly valuable, and I feel like at times we as a body or the city are getting ahead of the people who have developed the plans, coordinated with us, and are doing the work. And so who leads this effort? I think it's important that we make sure that, I'm not sure if this effort, the one that's in front of us, if it really brought the coalition together and it brought providers together to really make sure that they are informing this process in a very significant way. The other thing that really concerns me is this narrative that I keep hearing, and I heard it several times tonight, we have to do something. I think it's a dangerous thing for us to be saying. We are doing a lot. There's a lot that's being done, and we need to keep that out in front of us. Ms. Zolotel mentioned that the housing conversions and the outreach and the significant amount of effort that is being put into this. Now, that's not enough. We need to be doing much more. But we need to also make sure that we're communicating that there is an incredible effort going on and things are being done. But I'm as frustrated as anybody is about what we're seeing in terms of the visible homelessness on our streets. And I think just the last thing I would say is that, for this item in front of us, I don't, the administration has continuously said that they're not going to do this. And I haven't heard anything different. Maybe there is a new version, but the likelihood that we're going to get this set up this year is very low in my mind, and it does take time and energy and dollars away from the effort to make sure we have a plan for winter and to make sure that we're focusing on housing. So that's one of my main concerns, is that the time and the energy that's being taken in this, if it's not realistic. For a long-term plan, for a pilot project, sure, but a full-blown comprehensive policy that regulates sanctioned camps doesn't seem like it's the best use of our time right now. So I will be voting no on this and hoping that we can focus our efforts on the things that are the highest priority in front of us. Thank you.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oddly enough, I find myself agreeing with Meg quite a bit tonight, and I am curious. We've been spinning our wheels here about camping for most of the summer now, since I've been on this body in April. Summer's half over, frankly. We need to be focused on winter and cold weather emergency shelter, and I'm curious how much money we have available for this winter and cold weather emergency shelter. I think less focus needs to be on camping, so maybe call the question.
Second.
There is a motion to call the question by Mr. Myers, having been seconded by Ms. Zalatal. The question is before us. It's not debatable. 8 votes. This is an 8-vote requirement. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 2, the question has been called. The question is now before us. Motion to approve. AO 2023-70S2 as amended. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Tyrell, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 6 to 6, the motion has failed. Now we'll move on to item 13A.
Mr. Chair, would this be the appropriate time for me to make a motion to approve the S1 version?
I was hoping you wouldn't, but you...
Well, I'm hoping we can do it quickly.
I have a second.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and clear the queue. So we have a motion to approve the S1 version by Mr. Rivera and a second by Mr. Cross. I'm not sure what that music is. Do we know? It's like piping in peace music or something. All right, thank you. Again, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, I would ask you to remove my name as a sponsor. So, Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. I think I've made all the arguments that I need to about why this S1 version is the one we should approve, and I hope that we are quick in making that vote. Thanks.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you to the sponsor. I believe the S1 requires an amendment for the location. It says location to be named by amendment.
Thanks. Can you point to page, please? Let's see if I can find my right version.
It was at the end in the resolves. Did we find it? I'm sorry, I'm slow. I remembered reading it, and now I'm slow to find it.
Page 21, section 6.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Yes, at line 26, it says, "The Assembly approves the pilot project for one allowed camp at bracket site name location to be inserted by amendment."
Yeah, thanks. So I think the intent here is, if I may, Mr. Chair?
You have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. So intent here is to really give the administration the flexibility and ability to move forward with this process. We know that there is a site that the Assembly has put forward in the 40th and Denali site. We also know that there are other possible sites, maybe on private land, which could be feasible. I think providing the flexibility to the administration, working collaboratively with the Assembly, which I am working collaboratively with them right now, is the best possible path forward rather than putting us into one particular site. I will say everything that I have done so far does point to 40th and Denali probably being the site, but I want to provide that flexibility to the administration. So I will go ahead and make an amendment here to strike that language, site name location to be inserted by amendment, and replace with a site to be determined by the administration.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Cross. And a ton of people in the queue, but I think mostly for the main motion. So I'll go down the queue. Mr. Rivera already spoke. Do you want to speak, Mr. Cross? No? Okay. Mr. Vaughn on the amendment? Mr. Presverdia on the amendment? Okay, go ahead.
I just have a question for the administration.
Okay.
The amendment gives you the decision-making power to determine the location of the, are we calling it approved camp, sanctioned camp? Allowed camp, thank you, allowed camp. Do you intend on establishing an allowed camp this summer, yes or no? To the administration.
Through the chair to Mr. Presverdia, can you state that question one more time for me?
Do you intend on establishing an allowed camp in Anchorage this summer, yes or no?
Through the chair to Mr. Presverdia, I think that we're amenable to establishing a camp, just we would like to know what the parameters are. I personally, for the record, don't feel comfortable establishing a camp on my own choosing without going through a more robust public process, but that's just my personal opinion. But I think we're amenable to establishing it within a certain set of parameters.
Mr. Johnson, were you in the queue for the amendment? Okay. Anyone else for the amendment? Hearing, Mr. Vaughn, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know if I can support this amendment just because we did go through a robust public process, and I want to speak to that. We had the Allowed Camp Task Force, and earlier this evening, we voted to accept item 10F4, the Allowed Camps Community Task Force final report. We had a member who said, well, did we bring all the coalition together? And in the acknowledgements, you'll see that that task force included multiple representatives of various community councils, members of the Assembly, members of the Anchorage Health Department, Shiloh Community Housing, the UAA Justice Center, Catholic Social Services, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. You're listed here. Somebody showed up. I don't know. Trish Franco, ACH. So maybe you want to correct the record. I don't know.
Point of order. We have to stop for a second then, because now I need just a second.
Sure.
Because I made a declaration saying we didn't participate, and I don't, I guess if we did participate in the task force, then I would need to be excused. I think, actually, can I have like 2 minutes with council?
My computer is jammed up, so it's a good time to take a minute. So we're going to go ahead and take a little bit more of an extended break because we're having technical difficulties. we're waiting just a couple more minutes for a report from our outside tech folks, whether we'll proceed in a couple minutes or it might take a little longer. Right, I think we have a system. So, for now, our system is working.
So can you try toggling between one or two different items? Just, you can bring it back here. If you can set something to current, because I need to make sure it updates on the clients.
No active agenda.
walked away upset. She went and, like,
So it looks like,
Meg's being mean to me.
I have a report that we may have a functioning tech system. So let's continue this meeting. Before we get back into debate, I need to ask for a motion to extend this debate.
Motion to extend.
Second.
A motion to extend, Mr. Volland, second by Ms. Altel. I would ask for 15 minutes.
Point of information, that was Member Solt.
Oh, was it Salt? I'm sorry. Moved by Member Salt and seconded by Ms. Altel. So if no objection, it'll be 15 more minutes.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Altel.
Thank you. Thank you, prior to the tech issue, for giving me a few minutes to consult with council. And then I also spoke with Mr. Rivera, who chaired or led most of these allowed camp task force. It appears that the individual who was read off the list by Mr. Voland definitely was at a task force meeting. It's unclear about the level of participation, but I believe another staff member likely participated and may have voted in one of the task force decisions, although certainly wasn't instructed to do so by coalition executive team or management. But since that happened, I think I should likely recuse myself, because then the coalition, even a representative of the coalition, has taken a position within the function of the task force. But that will be up to you.
So I think there was a second issue that we had discussed during the break, that the coalition has in fact provided some outreach support at one of the sites being contemplated. Is that also true?
Yes, the coalition provides outreach pop-ups, which are outreach events where people have camped together. So the 40th and Denali Street, Davis Park are two of those locations. And if they're being considered as possible locations, then for sure the coalition has an interest in whether or not they would be selected for an allowed camp.
And you said the archive site.
Yeah, that's 40th and Denali.
Thank you. So, based on the first issue, if somebody was in a room or may or may not have participated, I'm going to rule that there is no conflict there, but that the coalition has in fact provided services at the Cuddy Park site, and that I believe we're about to have a conversation that brings that site directly into focus. I am going to rule on that. You have a conflict. So now we have, I guess, Mr. Johnson in the queue. Before us, we have an amendment.
Well, Mr. Chair, do I still have the floor? Because there's a point of order and then we had a tech.
I don't even remember, but sure, go ahead.
Thanks. Okay. I'm going to digress from listing more members of the task force, but suffice it to say, I think that we did have a robust public process, and I think we did bring many voices from the community to the table. And then just kind of moving on to what I'd like to say next. Yeah, we're on the amendment to strike the, one of the things I guess I'm having difficulty with is that we have the recommendations from the task force, and then originally they recommended 5 or 6 different sites, and then that was narrowed down to one via resolution, and the assembly I guess that was the resolution that we ended up voting to support. So I have mixed feelings on giving more wiggle room that maybe not is reflective of that robust public process, but if it means that the administration can implement something this summer but they can do so in a way that really provides a lot of support, then I think I will go ahead and support Member Rivera's amendment. Thank you.
Was it on the amendment, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, on the amendment, but before that, I just want to ask a point of order just to establish for the record. I understand that we've determined for specific reasons that Member Zaltel has a conflict where she cannot be participating in the debate regarding the S1 version. But we do not believe that conflict existed for the debate on the S2.
Yes, and the reason why is because the specific location is coming into focus now, and she has provided some services at a specific location that is very likely one of 2 or 3 that we would be discussing in this conversation right now. And so it's very narrow, the conflict.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we establish that as a matter of record.
Yep.
To the amendment, I'm actually disinclined to support the amendment. You know, as I think Mr. Volin pointed out, the Sanction Camp Task Force put considerable time and effort into evaluating the desirability of variable sites and ultimately narrowed it down to one, which we decided was suitable for the pilot program, if you will, and we voted on and passed a resolution to the effect that 40th and Denali is where we think this should happen, and therefore, in light of that, I think it's just appropriate that that be reflected in the language of the S1 version here. So I don't think I would put it on the administration to have to make that decision. I think it's one that we've already effectively made as a legislative body, and I think we should take responsibility for it. And I'm inclined to believe that the administration may be supportive, in fact, if this was determined by the Assembly versus simply putting on them to figure out.
So I haven't spoken. I'm going to put myself in the queue. So
Briefly, sorry, Mr. Chair, point of info. We have the, I think, wrong amendment on the screen.
So the amendment is to strike out the language that says add location by amendment and allow the administration to determine. So that's the amendment we're discussing. So for my part, I think that as we get closer to more normal relations between the branches of government, as much as possible, we should begin to stay in our lane. And our lane isn't to make every executive decision. Our lane is to make policy calls and then empower the executive to make the final decision. And this has been a hard lesson for all of us for 2 years. And I think that at some point we have to figure that out, where it's our job to set the policy, it's their job to hear us and implement the policy, and then it's our job to let them implement the policy. And so us coming up with the location, us coming up with every detail, us micromanaging everything only is necessary and right when we don't have a partner that is doing that. But I think of late, the administration has demonstrated an ability and willingness to work with us. And so whether it's now with this document, which is a prime location to do this, or as we go forward in the next weeks, it's time to start hewing more closely to our lanes. And so I would argue that it is our lane to let the administration make the final call on where they're going to be required to go implement the camp. And I think that the answer will ultimately resolve to that Cuddy Park site if this item passes, only because it's at this time ripe and raw, and unlike 3rd Avenue or Davis Park or the places where hundreds of people are now encamped. And so for my part, I support this amendment. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really briefly, I'll go ahead and continue to support the amendment I put forward for the reasons that you've outlined. I do think that just based on all of the conversations that I have had with the administration, with other third parties, I think some flexibility would be great. Otherwise, there are 2 other versions of this amendment that we can bring forward, either 40th and Denali, which is something this Assembly has already voted on, or to add language to this amendment, which, great, it's on the screen now, that basically requires consent by the Assembly via resolution of the administration's choice. I think if we get to it, I think that's a happy medium, but I'm going to see where the votes lie on this particular amendment as put forward. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
I would just like to ask if the administration would be interested in weighing in on the amendment.
Through the chair, I'll have Alexis Johnson address that, and I would like her to address the notion of what actually can be affected this late in the season. If you could kind of focus on that as well, Ms. Johnson, thanks.
Through the Chair Johnson. Personally, my opinion is that once the Sanction Camp Task Force became well established and there was a lot of policy decisions that were being floated, I personally removed myself because I felt like I was too close to the administration to offer any sort of value to the task force that wasn't like on behalf of the mayor. And so we had members of AHD that were present. Personally, I think that if the task force has recommendations for a location and they've whittled it down to a certain location, they need to be responsible for communicating that to the assembly and then the assembly adopting that as their recommendation. If I have to choose, I don't think that puts me in a very fair predicament. I removed myself so I didn't have to be a part of the conversation. I was awaiting possible guidance from this task force in order to execute. And so that's my personal opinion, and that's where I'd like to stay.
Mr. Cross, I put myself one more time. Thank you. And so if the body adopts this amendment, then there is nothing stopping the administration from simply saying the task force has recommended this location and that's the location we will implement. And I think it again hews to the proper path of the conversation, but in either way, again, I'm not a supporter of any of this, so my opinion is kind of a sidebar. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I have just a few questions for you. If this passes and these regulations, this guidance is established, have you read this document that we're talking about?
Through the chair, if this is S1, then yes, and I believe it is.
So you would be the person that would likely implement this. And so I guess what I'm trying to understand is do you believe, is your professional opinion that we can implement this, meeting these expectations and this criteria in an effective way this summer in Anchorage?
Through the chair, I believe S1 version streamlines a lot of the process, and so I think as far as my personal opinion, S1 made it more able to execute. So yes, in my personal opinion, I think if we moved a lot of departments and a lot of groundwork, we could get it done. But I will say I'm in agreement with the chair in that my efforts continue on emergency cold weather shelter, and if this is the will of the body and to move forward, we're going to execute on our end to make this happen.
So just one follow-up question. So by executing on this, by putting your efforts of your department and your energy and your resources into making this happen, does that limit your ability to fully execute on a cold weather plan and to do the work that you know you need to do for this winter?
Through the chair to Mr. Presverdia, absolutely. My division is a very small division. They work harder than I say any division in the city, but I have a great team, and if we focus our efforts on this, it will impact our plans for emergency cold weather shelter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so before us question the amendment to insert place to be determined by the administration, no one else is in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Tyrell, did you want to vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you.
On a vote of 8-3, that amendment has passed. The youth member voting yes. So before us now is the main motion on the question of the S1 version. Anyone wish to speak to this item? We have approximately 5 minutes left for any participation on this item. Mr. Volland.
Thank you. I know this concept is controversial, and I know that we have to be judicious about how we prioritize our resources. And I can appreciate my colleagues who disagree with this as a course of action, and I can appreciate their reasoning. One thing, though, that I do appreciate about The original version of this ordinance is the visual that was provided. Examples of sanctioned homeless camps in Denver, San Diego, Los Angeles, and Olympia versus examples of unsanctioned homeless camps in Anchorage and Santa Cruz. And you can see those as attachment A to the original item. There's photographs there. And it just, it compels me to think that possibly there is a better way to model our response to camping in Anchorage, and that there's at least something worth trying. And I think that this would be, an even more compelling visual if the tents in the sanctioned homeless camps were replaced with versions of tiny homes, whether that's Pallet Shelter or another company. I do think that some of what we're seeing in our green spaces, our parks, our trails, is just, it's not good, and the community is really frustrated. And I think we are a little bit detached from reality if we think that can just perpetuate itself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that we have spent a lot of time on this in the prior item, but I do think it's really important on the subject of location. I'm going to read a portion of page 10, just at the top of the ordinance, because I think it's really important for the public to understand as well. The wording in this ordinance that was not changed by the amendment is that this camp shall be located on vacant lots, parking lots, or other open spaces with minimal trees or significant vegetation in the core of the living area, allowing clear sight lines across a majority of the entire campsite. They shall not be located within densely wooded areas, public trails, green belts, children's playgrounds, or rights-of-way with grading and fill or more development. So I just want to emphasize, because I know the thing that hasn't been stated explicitly, but is the concern since last year, is that this will end up in Centennial Park. And I want to state that the language in this ordinance says that it shall not be in a location that is basically describing something like Centennial Park. So it doesn't mean that it's a perfect location. It doesn't mean that that there aren't issues with having folks, camping on vacant lots and parking lots, but just to be very clear, there is already a built-in limit on the locations where this site can be based on this language, and it's pretty clear when it says shall. So again, it's not that it opens this up to an infinite possibility of locations, regardless of where the administration wants to put it, where we've recommended, where the task force has recommended. Again, I just want to state that really clearly, that there is still a limit on location in this ordinance.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Just two quick comments. One, the sanctioned camps that we see across the country were not put up in a month. Right on the edge of winter in an environment where our budget is essentially a zero. Second is that the idea that the visible homelessness that we are seeing in our city is going to be solved by us establishing an allowed camp is a false narrative. It's something that we need to be putting as part of our homeless response system and plan. It needs to be developed the right way. And so this idea that doing something is going to solve the issues that we're facing right now is not real. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. It doesn't mean we shouldn't try to do this. I'm just saying that it's not realistic for us to do this summer with the resources that we have and winter right up against us. So that's why I'm not going to be supporting this. Thank you.
No, this is it. So I just will reiterate that I believe us approving this will be waving the white flag of defeat, that we aren't going to be investing in housing and time in housing, and we aren't even going to be investing our time in setting up our cold weather response. We're going to be taking from our cold weather response to do this. We have 3 sites that are effectively operating as allowed camps at this time. Our best use of time and resource would be to take those sites and motivate people to do better there, to invest in resources to make sure people can go to the bathroom safely and wash, and that the police have a presence there, not to create this new wheel. So I too wouldn't be supporting this, because I think that our limited health department resource should be focused on preparing for winter, which is coming. So with that, we are out of time. Members may proceed to vote. Sorry, Mayor Bronson. You know what? I'm going to ask the members to just informally suspend the rules. Mayor Bronson hasn't spoken. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. One thing, in the interest of working together, if myself and maybe Assembly leadership, someone who can kind of speak for maybe the majority, we could sit down and have a talk, come up to the office, and we'll talk about this, because I'm on this subject matter I'm a little bit deep on. I spent twice a day I'm at 3rd and Ingra. I kind of understand that site. I understand what's going on at 40th and Denali. For one thing, the notion of, and Felix and I have talked about it, sanctioned camps, that notion doesn't exist legally within the charter, and that's fine. That's why Felix did me the favor and said we'll call it approved camps. That's a small thing, but I have real problems setting things up at 40th and Denali. That's a problem, putting it there. I'm getting blown up, as I think as you are, by residents about setting it up there, a sanctioned camp. My ask of the Assembly is this, is that we come together and find a way to intensively manage these camps, because I sat with 2 of my directors in the parking lot at 3rd and Ingra and watched drug deals go down. I'm seeing we're now storing boats at 3rd and Ingra. I'm kind of focused on 3rd and Ingra right now. We've got a lot of bad behavior out there, and there's probably a good 10 to 15 people that simply need to be put under control forcefully, because the victims are the people who are the peaceful people that are living in tents there. So I think if we manage that site very intensively, I think the local community there would be more amenable to that. I'm just asking that if we can sit down and maybe come to an agreement, maybe sit with the law department, find out how we can intensively manage together the 3rd and Ingra site, Davis Park site, and maybe have a longer conversation about the archive site, because I think that's spreading the problem, and if we're not managing intensively anywhere, the problem just spreads. Very intensively, law enforcement, health department, Parks and Recs, everybody on board, security contract on site for whatever site or sites we pick, and then move forward. And I'm asking for the Assembly's help on coming to a conclusion on that. And that's all I wanted to add to the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So now we are definitely out of time. The question before us is approval of the S1 version as amended. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 7 to 4, that item has passed the body. AO 2023-70 S1 as amended. Next on the agenda, we have item 13A. Item 13A, AO 2023-65, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title IX to promote safety, equity, and access to infrastructure for bicyclists and other vulnerable road users. The public hearing was opened on 6/6/23 and continued from that date to today. We have a series of AIMs and other addenda. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone like to speak to this item? Mr. Leva, welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Voila, I got it. Good evening, Ronald Leva. I'm represented by all of you. This bicycle ordinance and traffic that's out there, I just can't believe these shopping carts that are nothing but, vehicles to take stolen goods and push it across the city. And coming here tonight, I saw a double bicycle frame with an extension, a commercial trailer extension, and a commercial trailer going down the sidewalk. I mean, if you're going to provide some sort of bike path safety, You got to eliminate some shopping carts and some of these bikes that are nowhere near safe. And really, it's a method to haul off stolen goods. Now, I'm decompressing from a pretty exciting day sitting over there because I got a text. There was a person on our lot. My family responds with guns out. It's not going to end good for my family. So I was up for a public appearance. I couldn't get in because 3 people were there, but I couldn't substitute the time. So I'm going to use up this 3 minutes and stay focused on, let's ban shopping carts outside of commercial buildings that they're used at, like Lowe's, Safeway, Fred Meyer's. You can't take them off, say, 500 feet away and eliminate them
Mr. Leyva,
from the city.
Can you help me tie this to the bicycle ordinance?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's another form of transportation. You can call it a modified bike, and they do it, Chris, and it's an ugly situation. And so you should look into that. When you look at bikes, fat-tired, narrow-tired, tricycles, hey, define a bicycle. And those shopping carts are being abused. So with that, it's not very safe down in my neighborhood. And the mayor mentioned he goes there twice a day. I can no longer do business there.
Ron.
I'm leaving, Chris.
I understand. I just want to tie
my heart is broken
to the bike ordinance.
I understand that, Chris. But if I can't make a public appearance and 3 people don't show up, this is my only opportunity.
No, Ron, okay, you're out of order now.
Oh.
You're out of order. So, but you...
Chris, I got 12 seconds. Let me take a moment of silence for my family and eat up the 8 seconds and let all of you examine your conscience, what you've done to my family.
So your
Are there any questions?
Your appearance request was granted. You just haven't heard it yet. It will be next meeting. So
I'll be back.
Yep, of course. Yeah, sure. I would entertain a motion to extend the meeting. We have 5 items left.
Move to extend till 11:45.
Second.
So we have a motion to extend to 11:45. It's moved by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the meeting has been extended to 11:45. Okay, welcome, Donovan. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Yeah, my name's Donovan Camp. I'm from the North Star community. I'm representing no other organization in my testimony today. I'm here to support the adoption of the Idaho Stop Law here in Anchorage. The Idaho Stop Law is a common sense approach that recognizes the unique dynamics of cycling. By treating stop signs as yield signs and red lights as stop signs, cyclists can better assess their surroundings and proceed with caution. This law accommodates the practical realities faced by bicyclists in Anchorage and enables them to navigate our streets safely and efficiently. States that have adopted this law have seen reductions in bicycle crashes ranging from 14 to 30% in their first year. And it's worth noting that none of the places that have adopted the Idaho Stop Law has seen an increase in bicycle crashes. So I encourage the Assembly to use the proven model of the Idaho Stop Law that uses for signalized intersections and amend the ordinance and strike out the 120 seconds wait at stoplights and add verbiage of something like after yielding. I'm also here to advocate for pedestrian freedom of accessibility and ask the Assembly to decriminalize the common practice of crossing the street between signalized intersections when safe. Jaywalking laws and the level of enforcement have not proven to really correlate with the reduction of pedestrian deaths or traffic safety. However, these laws have been proven to be somewhat of a platform for discriminatory enforcement. So it asks that that gets removed from our ordinance. Yeah, and overall, I encourage members of the Anchorage Assembly to take a strong stance on challenging the status quo of our roadway level of traffic violence that we're seeing. Currently, we are in an epidemic of traffic fatalities in the U.S., and a large portion of that falls on inequitably on people who are walking, biking, and rolling in our urban spaces. 2022 saw the highest rates of pedestrian deaths with 7,500 Americans losing their lives to traffic violence. Overall, it's an increasing trend, and with 46,000 Americans losing their lives in 2022 from vehicular crashes. It's worth noting that those crashes are only counted on public right-of-way, so there's actually quite a few crashes and deaths that are happening in things like parking lots and private areas that aren't actually being counted in those numbers. Yeah, traffic safety, accessible transportation, and urban design has been a personal and professional passion of mine for many years. I'm inspired by the challenging work and success stories that I've seen a lot of cities taking towards the pursuit of a safer and financially solvent urban spaces. And all these cities have made that progress by providing safe and practical transportation options for its citizens to live, work, and play. So I support this ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Again, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Hello, my name is Ben Norman, and I live in District 1. I'm here to express my excitement for this proposed ordinance. As someone who mostly bikes around town, I believe this ordinance will make cycling safer, advance equity, and alleviate some congestion in town. Specifically, I'd like to comment on the Idaho stop and the jaywalking portions. The Idaho stop is proven to be effective at reducing traffic crashes. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reported bicycle injuries from traffic crashes declined by 14.5% in Idaho a year after the law was passed. Crashes also declined by 23% in Delaware 30 months after similar legislation was passed. One aspect of the Idaho stop that resonates with me is I often feel nervous when I'm cycling and I'm waiting at a red light while a car behind me wants to make a right on red. I'm not sure if the car sees me or if they're getting frustrated with me because they're being blocked by a cyclist. The Idaho stop law provides a solution to this situation by allowing cyclists to proceed through the intersection when it's safe, effectively unblocking the vehicle intending to make a right on red. This not only reduces potential conflicts between cyclists and motorists, but can also reduce congestion. As for the proposed 120-second wait time at a red light, it doesn't feel like a realistic implementation to me. I find it hard to believe anyone will wait a full 120 seconds prior to moving through the intersection. When I'm in this situation, I'll wait long enough to make sure it's safe to cross, which is typically 10 to 30 seconds. In addition to implementing the Idaho stop without a 120-second wait, I'd like to see jaywalking and bike safety requirements fully decriminalized. In theory, these laws are supposed to keep people safe. In practice, it has been shown that police often use them as a basis for stops that disproportionately target BIPOC, low-income, and unhoused people. This is not a radical policy to adopt. Jurisdictions around the country are doing away with these types of laws. In 2021, Virginia, Kansas City, and Denver decriminalized jaywalking, and in Kings County, Washington, they repealed a helmet law. Anyways, thank you for all of your hard work on this ordinance and for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Jacob Powell, and I live in North Star. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, and a little bit of background about me. I'm a pretty multimodal commuter. I actually drove here. Please don't tell my neighbor Donovan that. I bike, I bus, I walk. I get around town a lot of different ways. And I wanted to speak on a few things, the Idaho stop requirements, specifically the 120-second wait, jaywalking and helmet requirements. So a big thing is, you're going to hear a lot of anecdotes from me today, but as Donovan and Ben mentioned, a lot of the data backs this up as well. I'd like to also go on the record to say, don't tell my employer, but I am a lawbreaker. I currently kind of behave as if this law is passed because it's much, much more comfortable and safe and easy to move around town if you're following the Idaho stop sort of methodology. A great example of this is when I arrive at a stoplight on a relatively residential, calm street. I look left, I look right, there's no cars, and I go. If I had to wait 120 seconds, it's pretty likely a car would come down that road. It would no longer be a viable way for me to move. I think we need to remember that vulnerable road users, like bicyclists, like people who are walking, like people who are rolling, we're the ones most at risk, and you kind of have to trust vulnerable road users to be able to make those decisions on what is a safe way to move. And with jaywalking, I think there's a really great example with Tudor Road. So Tudor Road, we've seen a ton of really serious deaths where drivers have struck and killed pedestrians. But that's not because of this law, right? Jaywalking law isn't solving that issue. Is a great example of when it's sometimes safer to cross. When I was going to the Renaissance Fair, lots of people were jaywalking a ton for that because there's long stoplight gaps, and it actually feels a lot safer to just jaywalk directly across Tudor than it is to walk down a really narrow sidewalk with 50-mile-an-hour traffic going by. And so I think we need to be able to decriminalize these laws and trust vulnerable road users to be able to make the decision that feels safest to them. And as others have mentioned, a lot of these laws are kind of a way for bad apples in our law enforcement community to be able to criminalize behavior that is otherwise perfectly acceptable. I think a great example of that is helmet laws. Something that I personally hate to see is parents who are legally, per the ordinance, allowed to ride without a helmet, riding with their kids who do have a helmet, which is required per the ordinance. But that's not because of the ordinance, right? Like that's because a parent is like, oh, I'm going 5 miles an hour. I don't need a helmet, but my kid sure needs one. And like that's a decision that's still going to get made after this law is passed. And I think like, I really hate the idea of a bunch of 13, 14-year-old kids rolling around their neighborhood, just hanging out, having a good time, and having bad interactions with the law enforcement community because they're being targeted by laws like this. So I'd love to see this opportunity with this ordinance to decriminalize, let road users make decisions. Thank you.
Right. One last person in person, I'm going to go on the phone, but go ahead, please. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from.
Sure. My name is Kyle Milkey. I'm a resident out at Eagle River. And hearing about this ordinance, it got me very excited. I'm very passionate about bike commuting. Me and my brother are some of the only bike commuters out in Eagle River, and it's something that really affects us, especially on these ordinances that talk about jaywalking, especially major parts of Eagle River. The only way to get around town at all or to be able to access any parts of the town are via jaywalking. These vulnerable road users, as described by the ordinance, are often forced to go down much narrower bike lanes, make crazy turns. Just yesterday I was going to the meeting with Kevin Cross, and I ended up popping off of a curb that they put out in the middle of nowhere where you have to make 2 90-degree turns in order to be able to get back onto the curb. And this happens again and again because the design is not made for people who are biking, just that it is always designed for road users. I just really wanted to come and show that there are people from all around our community, including places like Eagle River and Chugiak, that really want to push for these type of ordinances that push for bike-oriented development. And I also think that, as stated earlier, that this can be a part of trying to revitalize our towns and connect it to places that, you know, build community. I also wanted to just note that my brother, who was homeless for the last 2 years, that I was finally able to get into housing. He would not be able to live where he is now, living around everyone if he was not able to get around via bike or via walking. And that separate from this, that snow is definitely a major issue for him out there, especially. But regardless, that the infrastructure that we put into place makes a major difference into what places people can move into and what kind of affordability that is. My brother, who has special needs, has no way of being able to get a license, be able to make any of that happen, and I don't want all these conversations of Idaho stops and all these other things that are very important to distract from the fact that this being a focus and finding the wording that we have, which was a major part of the work session that I was lucky enough to sit on really emphasized was the fact that this gives the municipality the language necessary to start having these conversations again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Travis, can we call Ms. Hodge-Grouden?
Hello.
Hi, good evening, Ms. Hodge-Grouden. This is Christopher Constant, Anchorage Assembly. We're having a public hearing on a bike ordinance. You signed up to testify. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Okay, thanks. Hi, I am Celeste Hodge-Grouden. I live in Potter Marsh. I'm president and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus, a nonprofit that champions the lives of Black people and other marginalized communities. The Alaska Black Caucus strongly urges the Assembly to vote in favor of this ordinance that supports bicycle safety, equity, and access introduced by Assemblymember Volland. This ordinance is necessary to ensure transportation access and equity for vulnerable Alaskans. In many ways, Anchorage's transportation network is insufficient to keep all road users safe, especially those walking, biking, and using wheelchairs. Safety issues are even more pronounced for people of color. Studies have shown that Black people in the United States are more likely to be injured or killed while engaging in transportation. A recent analysis of traffic fatalities by race and ethnicity in the United States found that between 2015 and 2019, the per capita fatality rate for Black pedestrians was more than double the rate for white pedestrians, and for indigenous pedestrians was more than 4 times as high as white pedestrians. At the same time that Black people and other people of color face greater safety risks with transportation, we are also more likely to be the victims of inequitable enforcement of laws intended to increase safety. According to transportation equity expert Charles T. Brown, Black people are more likely to have unwarranted confrontations with police and non-Black neighbors who weaponize their privilege and power. Because there is no mandate to track enforcement of safety laws, there is no comprehensive national data. But the data that does exist shows a consistent pattern of inequitable enforcement against people of color. For example, data from New York City shows that despite constituting just under half of all people on bikes in New York City in 2019, Black and Latinx bikers received 82% of all bike-related tickets for actions such as reckless operation, biking in a park, and biking on the sidewalk. Further, an LA Times analysis of more than 44,000 bike stops made between 2017 and 2021 across Los Angeles County revealed that 70% of stops involved Latinx bicyclists. And the Chicago Tribune found that people riding a bike in Black neighborhoods received twice as many tickets as those on a bike in white or Latinx communities. With this backdrop, this ordinance is an important and necessary step in increasing
Ms.
safety
Hodge-Grouden, that's your time. That was 3 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a good night. Welcome.
Okay,
Please
bye-bye.
come on and state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Gina Ferrarese. I live in Airport Heights, and I commute and run errands on my bike year-round for about 50% of my trips. I support this ordinance and the 2 additional changes proposed by Bike Anchorage and addressed by earlier speakers. And I could say a lot about topics in this ordinance, but I'm going to limit myself to how treating a stop light as a stop sign relates to my experiences as a cyclist. So we know that cyclists' weight doesn't trigger the stoplights like a car does. I mean, that's just given. And so one alternative often proposed is that cyclists can just use the pedestrian signal. And while that's sort of true, I mean, technically drivers could just use the signal as well, right? Kidding. For both types of road users, it's really not preferred for convenience. And for me as a cyclist, it's not preferred for safety. The most dangerous part of any bike trip that I make in Anchorage is crossing in front of a vehicle whose driver is focused and concentrated on the turn they are about to make. So this is a dangerous situation, and it happens a lot just in the grid of city streets. About once a week, honestly. I have a close call where I am crossing in a crosswalk with the pedestrian signal in a bright yellow jacket and almost get hit by a driver not checking both directions before they start their turn. Last week's incident, it was crossing Northern Lights toward Freddy's with a driver turning right onto the Seward Highway. Just a couple days ago, I was actually in my truck at a different intersection and I watched a pedestrian start to cross, again, with the signal and in a crosswalk. He had taken maybe a couple steps out into the crosswalk, and I watched not one, but 2 vehicles cut him off when he was already out there. Let's not forget the cyclist in Airport Heights recently who was literally run over and pinned by a driver making a right-hand turn when she was in the crosswalk. Like, this happens a lot. So if I'm weighing the risk level of a crosswalk turning driver combo and the risk of passing straight through a red light as a stop sign, I am going to pick the latter. Similar to some other speakers, I will admit that I have perhaps already done this when the only alternative is the pedestrian signal, because I'd rather get a ticket than an ambulance ride. And part of why I feel so strongly is also that I know firsthand how much better it can be with this rule in place. I lived in Idaho and biked in Idaho for 2 years in eastern Idaho under this legislation, which is not a bike-friendly place. Like, I got coal rolled more than once. But of all the issues that I used to deal with when I biked there, getting hit in the crosswalk while using the pedestrian signal was not one of them. Thank you.
All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Courtney Fossum. I'm from Government Hill. I feel like there's not much I can say that hasn't already been said already, but as a bike user and user of other things than a car, I do support the Idaho stop sign laws or rules or whatever it is. I am definitely not a vehicle. These roads are definitely not made for me. Neither are these stop signs and rules. So I feel it's kind of ridiculous that I am treated the same as a vehicle when I am just as vulnerable as, say, a pedestrian. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. Oh, I'm sorry, Bree, you already testified on this item.
What's that?
You've already testified on this item.
Oh, I have?
Yep,
Okay.
thanks.
Well, then
So anyone else wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Mr. Chair, we're going to move to postpone to the meeting of July 25th.
So that's a pretty busy meeting.
We can move to postpone to the subsequent meeting, which I think is August
8th.
8th? Okay, 8/8.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing, seeing none, that item has been moved to the meeting of August the 8th. Thank you for that, Mr. Bond. Next item on... Yeah. Thank you. Again, I asked for unanimous consent. Yeah, is there any objection to continuing that item to the meeting of August the 8th? Hearing and seeing none, that item has been continued. Thank you, Mr. Bowen, for your flexibility. So I'll go slower now. I just want to go home. I'm sorry, guys. My bed and dog are calling. So next item on the agenda, we have item 14A, AO 2023-72, an ordinance authorizing a revocable land use permit to Girdwood Community Club, Inc., a nonprofit corporation for premises on dedicated parkland at 124 Egloff Drive in Girdwood, less than fair market value. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone like to speak on this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. No. Okay, hearing and seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Presverdia?
On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2023-72 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14B, AO 2023-74, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year lease between the Municipality of Anchorage, Port of Alaska, Port and Atlas Tower 1 LLC.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, okay, come on down. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
My name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree with she and her pronouns, transgender 13 years. Part of town I'm from is anywhere from First Bridge Connect to Gearwood. As far as it goes, my only concern with this is as it's been brought up, our port is one of our underappreciated aspects as far as bringing more money into Anchorage, for Anchorage. Is the lease of 5 years beneficial to Anchorage and making any money out of it, the way some people have already spoken of? So if it is, then go for it. But when we're asking the state and we're asking ways to be able to come up with funds for Anchorage because we are strapped, we need to make sure that a 5-year lease, half for 10 years, maybe it's something we need to look at as far as maybe on a year-to-year lease, as far as the value of the dollar, as it has rapidly changed in less than 2 years to the point that our average person can't afford anything. Maybe 5 years is too long. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of August 22nd and refer to the August Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion to
Postpone to 8/22.
motion to postpone the item to 8/22 was made by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Would you like to speak to it?
Just that there's been a request to review this lease agreement, and we have room at the August Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee meeting, so we could use that as the opportunity to do so. And my understanding is it's not immediately time sensitive.
Thank you. Mr. Volland, do you want to go? Thank you.
Yep, I'll just say, I'll add that Government Hill certainly has a vision for how they would like to see Tract J utilized, and there's a lot of historical context to weigh into that decision. So I appreciate the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on the item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to postpone to 8/22.
Mr. Martinez?
On a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2023-74 has been postponed to the meeting of August 22nd. I would ask the members now to take up a motion to change the order of the day to take up items 15A and B.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the order of the day has been changed. Next on the agenda, we have item 15A, Resolution AR 2023-213, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding new brewery license number 6135 for Ship Creek Brewing Company, LLC, DBA Ship Creek Brewing, located at 5801 Arctic Boulevard, Suite C, Anchorage, Alaska 99518.
reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. We're outpacing the clerk. We're on a roll. Don't do that. All right. On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2023-213 is approved. Next up, we have item 15B, resolution number AR 2023-214, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place license number 5858 for Lime Leaf LLC, DBA Lime Leaf,
Wait,
located
reading.
at 17051 Mercy Drive, Eagle River, Alaska 99507. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Anyone want to discuss the item? Hearing and seeing none, other than if you haven't been to Lime Leaf, you should check it out. It's delicious. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2023-214 has passed the body. Next up, we have AR 2023-211, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing site selection criteria for new permanent year-end low-barrier municipally owned shelter. Ms. Salatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, I believe the coalition weighed in specifically on this resolution today and took a position, so I would ask to be excused.
The chair determines you do have a conflict, you are excused. And we'll see you soon. Oh, you'll come back? Okay. Then, so the public hearing on this item is now open. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Ron Oliva. On the low barrier shelter, I'm going to fast forward that my property is a good location for an expansion of the low barrier shelter that's there. They're underutilized. They have a population cap at 240, but they're at 120. But the step series of getting people out of homelessness is on a campus, similar to the Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada. You can start off in a tent, move up to a tiny home, modular home, dormitory, and then you can move on. My location, which should have been bought, and I hope it is, by getting an ordinance to purchase it, and if you come down and take the tour, you already have 150, if not 200 tents to the west. The crown jewel of homeless services is the Navigation Center. To put any homeless in any type of facility at a distance from that nucleus of services is just wrong. It's not economical, it's not efficient, and it's not right for the homeless. So you have to sacrifice part of the city. You already threw me under the bus, and I can't do any business there because of the danger. But it properly planned and executed, a homeless shelter, low barrier, can go there. You can come down. I offered you all tours. I've sent you multiple emails that the North Campus is being sold by Chugiak Electric. The biggest building would match the tent of the mayor is right below Beans Cafe. This little corner would be productive, and you have to come down and look. And as far as the sanctioned camps, something went wrong there. Mr. Haberman's rolling over in his grave that the public notices to get volunteers on the committee to come if that was an extension of a municipal meeting. It wasn't noticed properly. But I really believe get the ordinance to purchase my property as promised, or give me the difference that you owe me, or lease it, or I'll trade it. But that's the place to put a homeless sanctioned camp, all the way to expanding the low barrier shelter. Because what you got now is Camp Whack-A-Mole. Chris, did we gain anything? 4 years, you destroyed my business, my family, and my life.
Your time is up, Mr. Levin.
Do the right thing, Chris.
Your time's up.
You should sponsor this. Any questions?
No, your time is up, Mr. Levin.
I'll be back.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. 13 years trans female, Anchorage, Alaska. I'm from all over. I don't disagree with the Assembly taking the time to vote on where to put a municipal shelter. I do want to bring up the idea that just because we have a low barrier shelter doesn't solve our homeless. A lot of focus tonight has been on how, when, camps, shelter, whatnot. The other aspect of homeless is not just putting them in a place. It is the psychiatric aspect of it, how the places are run. My other concern is with our camps, with our locations and everything else like that, why don't we have proper supervision where we have the law involved to stop the drugs? Because that is spreading into other areas. I don't know if anybody's tried to use a restroom in a gas station lately. We don't have them. So that feeds into another problem. Waste everywhere feeds into another problem. Disease. We know how the bubonic plague worked. So more than just a shelter, we need to look at how we can get, if it's the prosecutor not prosecuting for crimes of doing drugs in public places, or is it the police not willing to do the job? Is it the funding? The problem is bigger than just a low barrier shelter for the homeless. I'm not saying that I am for anybody to do drugs in a public place. And I'll be the first one to tell you I get extremely upset when I walk into any gas station and somebody is doing drugs in a bathroom next to a child shopping with their parents. It's unacceptable. We need to find solutions for all things, more than just about putting them somewhere. We have places for criminals. They are criminals. Yes, they may be homeless. But if you're willing to hold me accountable and I work to every letter of every law, like my life has shown, somebody that isn't working should have that same. Equality is something Anchorage is building. Equality is something that we pride ourselves on. So let's show the criminal the equality that you have shown the working class. Though they may not be able to afford the fines, we can definitely teach them the time. So more than just a low barrier shelter, I encourage you guys to continue to look at the situation, that it's not just homeless, but it's also criminals that are causing a lot of our problems. And it's not because they're without a home that they cause these problems. It's because there's no reaction. There's no consequence for their action. It's up to you guys. It's up to the mayor. Put it together. Let's make this right for everybody.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yara Silvers. I was on representing East Anchorage on this committee. I missed the last day when this document was finished as I was driving without phone service, so it's partially my fault. But I do want to say that the concerns that I brought up on behalf of my district, which I had brought up in previous meetings, were not addressed. I noticed when I listened to the meeting that because the time was not consistent with the other meetings, starting at 11 instead of 1, many of the other community members were not there and didn't actually start showing up until 1. So there were about 7 people voting, most of them assembly members, and I'm not actually sure if quorum was met or not. One vote happened during that meeting that was especially concerning to me. This was that despite the community concerns and the concerns of ACEH and the experts there, Despite it being brought up that the proximity to food is important to the homeless community itself, 4 Assembly members joined to remove proximity to food as consideration in evaluating sites in a 4-3 vote. In a way, it feels as if the community members were invited as window dressing. Assemblymember Johnson asked several questions about how often people actually walk to get food. Is it a couple people every 6 months, he asked. I wish I had been there to talk about the massive food insecurity that the residents of Centennial faced last summer. I wish I had been able to talk about all the people I witnessed making the 2-mile trek to the grocery store. Some of the people using wheelchairs or walkers to slowly make their way down the side of the street. I would have liked to have told the group that day about how the food insecurity led to people hoarding foods in their tent, leading to dangerous bear encounters, and ultimately at least 6 bears were shot. Food security, independence, and choice is extremely important to all people, including those experiencing homelessness. I find it disturbing that it was decided that it was okay to not even discuss if we ended up building a shelter that would necessitate people being completely dependent on government for every bit of sustenance that they receive. Proximity to food was in the section making it a part of the discussion and not a requirement, so I believe it would not have unnecessarily eliminated sites from consideration, as some members commented concern about. I am pretty neutral as to whether this passes or not. I don't feel like the community had much to do with the creation of it. I do hope that if it passes, that the areas listed in the resolution are just the start of the conversation and not the whole conversation. I also hope that the Assembly will consider amending this tonight to reinstate that we should discuss proximity to food in evaluating shelter locations. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So a motion is made by Mr. Rivera, seconded by, who was that? Ms. Brawley. So, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to thank the committee for helping to craft the site selection criteria before us tonight, including the community representatives who have temporarily joined the committee. We didn't align on every decision, and that was obviously heard from in that testimony we just heard. But we had a public and transparent process, which is more than we've had in the past when it comes to site selection criteria. I think what I like most about these criteria is their simplicity. I think we could have ended up with really restrictive and onerous criteria, but we came to an understanding as a committee that we need new shelter in our community, and so we crafted criteria that protected some classes, specifically around schools, playgrounds, licensed childcare facilities, but otherwise we kept the criteria fairly broad, and I think that is a strength to them. Assuming we approve this tonight, this is a good end to the first phase of the Clean Slate strategy. And after today, we're really going to be delving into the rest of the work in a parallel process, including the financial aspects, possible shelter locations, and operations / neighborhood protections, which is a huge part of the discussion that I'm sure we're going to have robust discussion on. So there's a lot more work to do, but I do look forward to getting all of that done, and this is a good first step in that process. On the discussion on food, I will agree with Ms. Silvers on the frustration. I was one of the Assembly members who voted in the minority on that particular vote and was outvoted by the majority. Sometimes that happens, and but I will weigh and listen to others on whether I want to have that discussion again here with the remaining time that we have in our meeting, because I do feel like that provision was a critical one, an important one, and I'm not necessarily sure we made the right vote in committee, and we could rehash it out here. But I'll weigh on that, and hopefully my other colleagues will have more to say. Thanks.
Mr. President.
So I'm a little unclear as to the process for establishing recommendations for criteria for a low barrier shelter and how those are established. And so I think that having public input into this is absolutely vital. So, but I mean, you can just Google, best practices. And there are literally organizations across the country that have done this for decades and come with lots of experience in terms of what are the factors you need to think about and what are the criteria that are necessary and who have spent, endless amounts of energy, working in this area. And so I'm a little concerned about that using a committee made up of people from the public, which is great, and maybe people from service providers here in the community and members of this assembly. Then they voted on particular criteria that we should or shouldn't include in establishing a low barrier shelter. So I'm confused by this as an effective process for informing a legislative body in making this decision. And so, I don't know if, I'd prefer to have, people from the coalition, people from other organizations come and share with us what are the best practices. I just looked up, the national, the National Alliance to End Homelessness. They have a whole thing about their recommendations. So I guess I'm confused as to how this was developed and whether this is what we should be using to establish our criteria or not. So that's not really a question. I guess I'm not feeling comfortable that this is sufficient to make sure that when we do this in terms of selecting a site, that we're doing it with all the information necessary. So that's my initial comments. Thank you.
Ms. Bronga.
So I was one of the people who did not think that the criteria of having a grocery store near the shelter was something that should be put into this. If it ended up being closer, that was fine, but I felt like we were saying that we were legally obligated to feed 2 meals. I've heard 3 meals. We're legally obligated to feed people in the shelter. So the grocery store, yeah, they can go get a pack of gum or whatever. Maybe they don't like the food that's being served. But if we're providing food, I don't feel like that was a necessity to have the grocery store close by. I'm also very mindful of the businesses that were around the Sullivan Arena and the impact they felt with people just loitering in the shop. Especially, so this is apples to oranges, the Centennial Camp, I walked all those Muldoon businesses and people just hanging out in their stores. It was very impactful for those businesses. Safeway in Northway Mall had to put locks on, they had a device on all their carts before they went out of business because people were running off with them. They wouldn't roll when they left the store. So it's impactful to have homeless, people experiencing homelessness, living nearby, loitering in shops. That's why I didn't think that was a necessary item.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. On the subject of food, I was not part of that meeting or the kind of subsequent discussions of this group. I was participated only early on. But I guess I'm torn because I do hear the comments by Ms. Silvers and others about the importance of food and the importance of choice to not necessarily have to dine at the shelter, maybe meeting friends. I mean, like anybody else, we can come up with a lot of different scenarios of why we make individual choices and interact with others in different ways. But I do think it is important to broaden our discussion about where shelters should go, because I think in the context of the community discussion for well over a decade now, we've really found ways to narrow down where these things can go. There was a fight a couple years ago about whether shelters should even be allowed in B3, so that law was changed, but that was a big step. There's been discussion about putting shelters significant distances away from other uses. I can name off multiple shelters, and of course I'll hear the response being that these are not walk-in low barrier shelters, which is a fair point, but there are shelters next to residences, there's shelters next to an alcohol license, there's shelters next to other businesses on Tudor Road, and so those things can be operated well. And so I guess I also hear Mr. Perez-Verdia's concerns about, the process used to determine these things, but I think it's helpful to narrow our discussion at this point to the fact that what we're talking about is where a shelter could potentially go. How do we evaluate a long, or maybe not even that long, list of properties that could potentially be used for a shelter, and what criteria do we use to take those locations off the list? And I think proximity to other things fundamentally cannot be one of those criteria. And I think and so I appreciate that this section 3, for example, has distance from other uses, which I know many community members have expressed concern or opposition to, that it says they should not be near those things, but it, again, does not categorically take them off the table for consideration, because I think ultimately it comes down to the operation, it will come down to potentially the operator, which population you're serving, what the rules are, how often someone can walk in and out, all of those kind of things, because I think we conflate all of those things on just where something can be. So I speak in support of this. I'm open to, are there things that we need to take on or off this list? Do they belong in section 2, which is the minimum things that would take something off the list? Are they in section 3, which are the nice to haves or things that are better? But I think ultimately this is a tool to say in a way that we've really cast our net wider than we have in the past, and we're really saying, where is it feasible to put a shelter? Where is it possible to put a shelter? And then again, it will come down to further discussions about what that shelter should look like, how it's operated, for whom, and then what those rules are. So again, I speak in support of this, and I would urge colleagues to look at it from the lens that I've laid out. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, part of the struggle we have with getting these is that when you have something that's really takes a long time, it's the people who pick up the football are seldom the individuals that run it in for a touchdown. So when we have assembly change, everybody needs to get re-educated. And so it takes, that's the exhaustive process on that. My question for the sponsor is, we've done these site selections before. I believe it was you and Weddleton who worked on something starting back in like 2020. I was just going back and I just started doing a Google search that said Anchorage homeless site selection. I got articles going back from August 20th, 2020. Weddleton willing to do site selection for homeless camps. Here's another one, March 2021. Here's another 2020. So how is this different than the many other site selection things that we've done in the past? And at what point do we say enough is enough? Do we do a site selection, we don't like what we've discovered, so we do another site selection process? Because I feel like we're just repeating, like we're on an eternal hamster wheel. How is this different than what Weddleton and you worked on starting in 2020 and you spent almost 2 years on? Thank you.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Sure, Mr. Vera.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify that it wasn't actually me that worked on it in it wasn't 2020, it would have been 2021 when the Bronson administration came forward. I'm not sure what other criteria that you're speaking to, but so criteria for shelter, the 2020 effort's probably talking about shelter licensing, but that didn't really talk about criteria for where shelter should be. That was talking about, should a shelter get licensed? Here are more of the operational mechanics of all of that. So the first time that we really talked about shelter locations and criteria was in the facilitated collaborative process in 2021. That process had an internal closed-door discussion around criteria, and I was not involved in that. That was Chair Constant and Mr. Weddleton, and I believe at the time Ms. Zolotel as well, who were involved with the administration collaboratively developing that criteria. That criteria was part of the presentation that I gave to the committee and I gave in all of the town halls that were had. So that criteria was reviewed, and they did a couple of different phases of criteria. And then there was also some very limited criteria that the Emergency Cold Weather Shelter Task Force came up with, and that was in a public process. So really what these criteria are, these criteria really started from the framework of those other criteria, and really it was a collaborative effort to try to come up with what's the least restrictive criteria that we can come up with in a public way and in a transparent way that tells the community when we're going through this process, which is the next phase, so no longer on the hamster wheel of criteria, now we're going to be on the hamster wheel of locations, and then we'll eventually get off the hamster wheel of locations, right? Because we are going to make a decision at some point. That this is how we are going to judge the locations that come before us. And I think there is a benefit to that, to being very public about how we are judging the locations. And then there's going to be a benefit to the public seeing all of the locations on the list and how we are screening them off or on the list. So for me, I think that is, as I've said from the beginning, I think that's the biggest benefit to everything that we are doing, is that it is in the light of day. There's no longer any confusion about what are the motivations people have, because everything's on the record. So you can listen to everything that we talked about when it comes to all of these decisions leading up to what we are voting on today. Thanks.
So before we move on, I would need to ask for a motion to extend, where we have 4 minutes left.
I move to extend to midnight.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rare, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. The motion is to extend till midnight. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, painfully, we are extended till midnight. Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the reason that we went through this public process and we didn't just Google was that we need a community vision for a low barrier shelter is going to go. And if we could have just Googled the answers, man, that would have saved me a lot of time attending town halls and extra meetings. And I think that we are benefited by the fact that we brought the public in, we brought the community in to establish this criteria. And now we have something to point to and say, hey, you know what? These particular locations we're considering, they fit this criteria. And I think that's really important, because one of the reasons that we've been on the hamster wheel is because when we have this conversation, often it'll go something like this. Permanent low barrier shelter. Well, yeah, it's a good idea, we need it, but it shouldn't go anywhere near residences or neighborhoods. And it shouldn't go near businesses, because people want to feel safe at work. And it also shouldn't go near schools, and it shouldn't go near green spaces or parks or wooded areas. It should go close to grocery stores. You know, we put all of these parameters on it. At the end of the day, you're like, where the heck is it going to go? And that's the constant pushback. And then you also add the layer in of, well, I don't want it near my part of Anchorage, right? So we've seen that time and time again. And so now we have a document that I hope we can get some level of public buy-in and something to refer to and say, hey, this is the criteria. We can now move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, to Ms. Silver's comments, I'm sorry we didn't have you there at the meeting. I understand that you have a life outside of these volunteer committee activities, but you know, your thoughts and perspective, I think, add value to the conversation, and so I appreciate your participation, even if, you know, we're not always in agreement. And in this case, while, you know, the vote I took regarding whether or not to require shelters to be within a certain distance of groceries it was a tough vote, to be honest, but I stand by it. And I think primarily for the reason that Ms. Bronga pointed out, is that we do have a requirement that we provide food security for the people in the shelter space. And I think it is essential that we do that. You mentioned Centennial Campground, but that was kind of, that was a different situation. So I don't think that's necessarily an applicable example here. The tension though, you know, while it may not be always the food that's provided is optimal, and some people might not find it to their preferences. It's hard to deny that there have been impacts to local businesses, I think in particular grocery stores, when they have been proximate to homeless shelters. And I realize that the people that create these issues are just a small subset of the homeless population. So I don't want to overly generalize, but I do believe that, it has been impactful. And I used to live in Fairview, and I went to that grocery store frequently, and that was 15 years ago, and I don't think the situation's gotten easier since then. But there are people in my neighborhood who simply didn't feel comfortable going there. And I think we've gotten to the point where it's talked about whether or not it's even going to be able to stay open because of the impacts to that business. And so I worry also about what would that mean for that community if they lose their grocery store entirely, right? I can make sure that a homeless shelter does provide food security for the residents, but I can't mandate a grocery store to stay open in a neighborhood to make sure that the people who live there have access to food. And so I have to take their concerns into consideration as well. So I just wanted to make that point.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move to amend the ordinance. So under section 3, I'd like to add, after the second bullet, I'd like to insert a third bullet that states, the property or properties should lie within a quarter mile of a retail food establishment.
Sorry, I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Would you repeat?
Yes, thank you. So section 3, I suppose where line 33 is now, move that bullet point down, a sentence, the property or properties should lie within a quarter mile of a retail food establishment. Shall lie within a quarter mile of a retail food establishment. So similar to the language in the second bullet. And just briefly, I think we just had a discussion about food. The reason I'm suggesting that is under section 3, that is preferred characteristics, and, sorry. Okay.
It's fine. Yeah, it was seconded by Mr. Rivera.
Yeah. So again, we've had this discussion about food, just inserting it specifically in the preferred characteristics and not in the required characteristics.
Anyone wish to discuss the amendment? Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I would either advise amending it or I don't support it because you're not taking into consideration that some of the permanent year-round load barrier municipally owned shelters we're considering would have kitchens and would have food services in them. You're saying there needs to be another retail food establishment somewhere else, but what if it has one on site, or what if it's providing food services? Wouldn't that be adequate? And I guess that's why I wouldn't support it, because if it has, then it wouldn't need to be within a quarter mile if there's already a kitchen or the site that we have has food services on location. Thank you.
Anyone else? So
I have a...
on the amendment, Mr. Presberdia?
On the amendment, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm specifically wondering if Mr. Gates can help me understand the word should in the amendment, and it's in the others. How is the word should to be implemented by the administration?
Yeah, the word should in this context is just going to be sort of a recommendation, as something desired but not required. So as a legal interpretation, it's not going to be a requirement. If it's not included, nothing you can do.
So it's a recommendation but not required by the administration to follow any of these that say the word should. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Ms. Braga?
Well, I'm just thinking it's not saying that you can't be within a quarter mile. I don't even think it needs to go in there. We're not saying we can't choose a shelter location that's closer than a quarter mile. We're just saying that doesn't have to be a requirement. So I think this doesn't even need to be added.
Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and support this amendment because I supported it the first time when it was in committee. And I just want to say, the way that this resolution reads, these are preferred characteristics that we want to have for any site that we look at for shelter. Low barrier, year-round, low barrier shelter that's municipally owned. And I do think, one of the things that we really need to consider when it comes to food, two things. One, will the provider actually be providing the basic level of food service? We have unfortunately had a variety of examples in the last couple years, where that isn't exactly the case, where providers aren't necessarily providing the minimum level of food service to the point where a resolution was crafted to state our policy goal for what a minimum level of food service should be, right? So that's one thing. And then two, folks staying at shelters are human beings like any one of us. And they might, for a day, want something that isn't necessarily being provided at the shelter. So this preferred characteristics allows an individual to be able to go to a location that's within a quarter of a mile and say, for this meal, I actually want something else. Or I want to go shopping at the Cars or Freddy's for XYZ thing, and be able to procure that. Again, these are preferred characteristics that are not mandatory. I think we should be at least looking at that as we look at our shelters. Thanks.
I have myself in the queue. There are approximately 12 grocery stores in Midtown, 3 in North Anchorage, I think 3 in East Anchorage, 2, 1 or kind of 1 in South Midtown, North South Anchorage, but we know there's not one that's going to go in around Abbott, or it's going to go in around, Huffman. So that's an irrational take. And so this idea that the goal is to have it close to a grocery store, it's the opposite of the arguments that are being made. I don't know where the testifier went, but that it's some form of cruelty or lack of caring that we would set them further away. No, that's not what's going on here, and that wasn't the argument, although I understand why someone would take that, because this world is cynical. But the idea is, what places in this town can we actually site shelter? It's hard. These aren't like cropping up all over town. Within a quarter mile of every grocery store, that's a highly limited piece of territory in this town, within a quarter mile of a grocery store. But thankfully, there's 12 of them in Midtown, so that's the likely scenario. If we're going to weigh that, that's where we're driving these shelters to. And so there's nobody that is going to argue we don't want to provide food, or them to have access to food of their own, or freedom to march around. I think we've been making that argument for a long time, that we don't want secured exit facilities. We want people to be motivated to be there because they're a place where caring and compassion is going to be. And so I object, and I find offensive the argument that when I did make the decision not to add a requirement that said they should be within the distance of a grocery store, that it was out of cruelty or malice or some form of disdain for people who have homelessness, who experience homelessness. It was simply because I want to broaden the net of what locations in this town can in fact be considered, so that when we land on the right place, it's the place that actually will work, not based on, because it's next to a grocery store, we must look there. And so, but again, there's 12 in Midtown, so that's the likely scenario. And I think I'll be okay with that, but that wasn't the goal. My vote was a compassionate vote. How can we find a place to do this? It's not to narrow it, it's to broaden it. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm looking at the clock. First, I intentionally said retail food establishment. I think some of the cheapest food in town is fast food. And so I'm not thinking just grocery stores. Second, I'll also observe, I do feel for the businesses and residents and others frustrated with the current situation. The current situation where we have break-ins, we have trespass, we have all those issues on business properties, shoplifting, is also happening, and we don't have a low barrier year-round shelter. So these are not necessarily correlated, and they're happening now. And anecdotally, they've gotten worse since the Sullivan closed. So that suggests to me that having a shelter actually would increase, or I should reduce those negative impacts, increase the safety situation potentially. But again, they're not causal, they're correlated, or not even correlated. Thank you.
Anyone else on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 4 to 7, the amendment has failed. Next, we have the main motion before us. Is there any discussion? Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I'm curious about the choices in this around schools, transportation, visibility, and the time in which it's operated. And I guess I'm wondering if the goal here is to establish something that has the services that people need, and I guess this is to the preparer, the submitter of this, was there consideration of healthcare facilities? Was there consideration of, this is the thing I'm wondering is why is it just these four? And why is it not just, looking for the best place possible that's reasonable, right? And why were these four picked? And I guess what concerns me is that this gives some direction to the administration, but leaves out a lot of other direction. If this is their only direction that the Assembly is going to give to the administration for their selection process, that's informed by the public, it seems odd that these are the only four things that we're going to be sharing. So maybe you can help me to understand. And the second thing that I'm trying to understand is the voting process. So were all members of the committee eligible to vote? And was there a sort of a count in terms of how many votes? And how is that done so that we have a sense of that? Because community councils often have a vote, and then we ask, well, how many people were present and how many people voted? Do we have a record of the votes on these so we have a sense of whether these were approved by one vote or two votes, or what was the sort of overall voting on these, and how do we get to them to be where they are? Thanks. I'd love some answers for those questions.
Just note that we have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to answer all those questions in 3 minutes. I'll do my best, though. So, again, I want to reiterate that these are preferred characteristics in all of the sections that you were reading from Mr. Perez-Verdia. Yes, the committee did look at healthcare, and the overriding decision was that those kinds of services need to be brought to the shelter, not necessarily have them adjacent to the shelter. And that was also advice that we got from the Anchorage Coalition and Homelessness, which is one of the members of the committee, so getting to votes. Yes, there is a record of the vote. That record can be found on the recordings. All of the votes were audibly put into the recording, and so any member of the public and any assembly member could find the record of those votes. In terms of who was voting, it was all members of the committee. And for the purposes of this specific issue, all members of the committee include the assembly members who are part of the committee, as well as any of the invited representatives, community representatives who were part of the committee. So we had a good mix of assembly members and community representatives voting. And then, actually, I won't do that last one. Thanks.
So just one other thing, Mr. Chair. I just want to get a sense from the administration there for them to weigh in on this, if they could share whether they are in favor of this criteria or not.
In 20 seconds or less.
Why is he?
Through the chair to Member Presverdia, unfortunately, I don't believe that Ms. Johnson is here, and she would just be able to speak to this, so I'm going to refrain from commenting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else in the queue? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-2 and just under the wire, AR 2023-211 has passed the body. So with that, we are adjourned.